are about to begin the proceedings. We will resume the proceedings and pick up with the cross-examination of Ms. Carla Lems. Mr. Taylor, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. DeHuick. Representative Lems, my name is William Taylor. I'm a lawyer from Sioux Falls and I represent some labor unions in this proceeding. I also live in Lincoln County, but I don't think I'm in your district. Your district ends a little south of Harrisburg?
Yes.
And what's the western boundary of District 16?
Relevance.
Overruled.
I have almost the whole county of Turner County, so like over to Dolton even.
So you go west through 40 miles, maybe 35 miles, but south of Harrisburg. So District 16 is transited by many pipelines, is it not?
Yes, that would be correct.
Including the refined products lines, gas pipelines, and crude oil pipelines, right?
Things that the public uses, yes.
Does the Dakota Access crude oil pipeline cross through your district?
Yes, it does.
And you mentioned Northern Natural Gas. Northern Natural Gas crosses both through your district and on land owned by your family businesses, right?
Yes, that public use pipeline does cross our land.
Northern Natural Gas is an interstate transmission line for natural gas, right?
I believe so.
And it services much of eastern South Dakota with natural gas supplies, does it not?
I don't have direct knowledge of exactly where it goes.
You said that you thought the Northern Natural Gas Pipeline was built in 1838.
I believed that our easements went back to around that date.
And Northern Natural Gas undertook a significant upgrade of its pipeline in the last 2 years, did it not?
Just relevance to any of these questions.
Overruled.
My understanding is that the line was replaced from Sioux City to Sioux Falls.
Including the piece that went through your land.
Yes.
Now, do you know who owns Northern Natural Gas?
I do.
And who is that?
I'm trying to think of his name, from Omaha.
The Oracle of Omaha, Warren Buffett?
Yes, Warren Buffett.
It's owned by Berkshire Hathaway.
Okay.
And Berkshire Hathaway is a for-profit company, is it not?
It is, with a product for public use.
Mm-hmm. So it's a regulated for-profit company, correct?
I don't have knowledge of that.
Do you know who? Well, you said it's a for public use company. You didn't say it was a regulated company. So you don't know whether or not Northern's rates, tariff rates, for example, are regulated.
I don't have direct knowledge in that area.
No. You also mentioned that Louise Avenue crossed through some of your property. That's the street that the Empire Mall is on in Sioux Falls.
That's correct.
Were you aware of the fact that the Empire Mall property is transited by 2 refined products pipelines, 8 inches in diameter each?
I've seen the pipeline. area in Sioux Falls.
You've seen the markers.
I've seen some of the areas in Sioux Falls where that goes.
And you're also aware that you go to Costco ever in Sioux Falls?
Yes, I do.
You know about the New Star pipeline terminal next to Costco, don't you?
Yes,
Can't miss it when you drive out of Costco. Do you know that that's served by 2 refined products pipelines?
I didn't know there was 2, but I know where you're talking about.
But you know there's a pipeline, at least one pipeline that serves that terminal, right?
Yes,
And you know where those pipelines pass southbound, the New Star facility?
I don't have the map of that.
You're aware that they go underneath the interstate and underneath the river?
I have not knowledge of that.
Do you know where the River Ridge subdivision is in Sioux Falls?
I do not.
Do you know where the Prairie Tree subdivision is?
I know where the Prairie Tree Golf Course is.
We're aware that the refined products pipelines that New Star go right through the River Ridge and Prairie Tree subdivisions.
I did not.
You know the Prairie Tree subdivision to be one of the more expensive home subdivisions in southern Sioux Falls, right?
I'm not sure of what all the housing developments are worth, but it's a very nice development.
And you know about the Grand Prairie subdivision in Sioux Falls?
If you can give me an address, I can probably picture it.
It's about 3 blocks south of 69th Street on the east side of Minnesota Avenue.
Okay, know the area.
Veterans Parkway is being built through the back side of that subdivision at the moment. You're familiar with that construction?
Yes,
So, did you know that there's a refined products pipeline that passes right through the heart of the Grand Prairie subdivision in Sioux Falls?
I would just like a continuing relevance objection.
No, Mr. Jordy, thank you for interrupting. At this point, I'm just gonna politely ask, just the way you're directing your line of questioning, politely ask you to just try to get to the conclusion a little quicker, on the line of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, I'll move along. Are you aware of that subdivision and that pipeline?
I'm not aware of the pipeline.
No. You're aware that there are many companies in South Dakota that operate pipelines for profit, both intrastate and interstate, are you not?
Yes, most of them being for something the public will use.
And by in the public use, you mean what?
Can you repeat that question?
By, you used the phrase in the public use. By that, what do you mean?
I mean something that is used frequently by the majority of people that are in the public.
South Dakotans.
Yes,
For example, the Northern Border Pipeline, do you know what that is?
I do not.
It's a natural gas pipeline that runs from the eastern border of South Dakota near Gary to the northern border of South Dakota near Aberdeen and goes on to Saskatchewan. You familiar with that?
I believe I said I was not.
So you don't know who uses that in South Dakota, whether it's publicly used or not?
I do not know if anyone uses that in South Dakota. I've said that I'm not familiar with that pipeline.
And you know that both the Keystone and Dakota Access crude oil pipelines pass through South Dakota.
Yes, they do.
And you know that there's no public use of those pipelines.
Objection form.
Overrule.
Sustained.
Sustained.
That's the form.
Yes.
Yes.
You're aware of those 2 pipelines?
Yes,
Is there any public use of those pipelines? in South Dakota?
Pardon me, objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I believe that the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution states the public use, there must be a public use in order to use eminent domain, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
All right, so you're changing your definition of public use that you gave me a moment ago. I asked you about public use in South Dakota.
Okay,
Neither of those pipelines have any public use in South Dakota, right?
Form and foundation.
Overruled.
they do not in South Dakota, but there is an end user that uses it in the public.
You said this morning that your family has invested in several other, you said invested in ethanol plants. Is that correct?
I believe I stated one.
Is that the plant at Chancellor by any means? The Poet plant at Chancellor, South Dakota?
It is not.
You know that the Poet plant at Chancellor, South Dakota is served by a pipeline that's owned by the city of Sioux Falls?
No, I was not familiar with that.
A biogas pipeline from the landfill to Chancellor? You didn't know that?
No, I did not.
You know that the pipelines in South Dakota provide gasoline, diesel fuel, jet fuel, propane to South Dakotans.
All things that the public will use?
You heat your house with propane.
Yes, we do.
Do you know where that propane comes from?
Well, I know where we pay the bill.
Don't we all? Look, the propane comes into South Dakota by pipeline.
I just need a standing objection, please, to relevance. None of this goes to the four factors.
Okay, overruled.
Well, okay, but can I have a standing objection, please?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, and standing objection, and, yeah.
Okay, just so I don't interrupt, but just so that it's in the record. Thank you.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Propane comes into South Dakota in bulk by a pipeline, does it not?
I believe it does.
In your direct testimony, which is extensive, you spoke about the abandonment of pipelines in South Dakota. Do you know any abandoned pipelines in South Dakota? That is, those that are no longer in service but remain in the ground?
I do.
And where are they?
Again, I don't want to get accused of hearsay, but I had a tenant that just spoke to me about this, and there's one near Sioux Falls.
In fact, your district is crossed by an 8-inch pipeline that's no longer in service and has been out of service for decades at a time.
I do not know that as a fact.
And do you know a pipeline that's no longer in service, excuse me, that parallels Highway 50 in Yankton and Clay County?
I do not. I am not an expert on pipelines in that area.
You introduced House Bill 1133 in the legislature this year, did you not?
I did.
You remember what 1133 was about?
I do. Definition of a commodity.
That was the bill that was aimed at carbon dioxide pipelines not being allowed to be considered a commodity for common carrier purposes. Is that right?
Form of the question.
Overruled.
Define a commodity that would be sequestered underground receiving a 45Q tax credit.
What pipeline is that aimed at?
Form of the question, and argumentative.
Okay. Sustained. I need a leading question, and, so, sustained.
Was House Bill 1133 aimed at any particular pipeline?
No,
Now, in your direct examination, I want to ask you one other question. You're familiar, you've spoken about the development potential for the Harrisburg area in both your direct testimony and your testimony that you gave orally this morning. You know about the Harrisburg Freshman Academy that's being constructed just off of 85th Street in South Sioux Falls?
yes,
And it's nearly done, going into service probably in 2 weeks, right?
I'm not sure of the time frame.
That is will be the high school for all freshman students in the Harrisburg School District.
That is my understanding.
Do you know anything about any pipelines that cross the grounds of the Harrisburg Freshman Academy?
I am not aware.
Ms. Carpenter spoke to you this morning, excuse me, she spoke to you this morning about housing eligibilities. Housing eligibilities in Lincoln County, South Dakota are a construct of the county zoning ordinance, are they not?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And what the county zoning ordinance says is that rural properties measured by the 40-acre or quarter tract are limited to the number of residences that can be put on the 40-acre piece.
Upon agricultural property, yes.
So if it's zoned agricultural, in a 40-acre parcel, the zoning ordinance limits the 40 acres to one housing eligibility, right? Or 4 per quarter section.
Yes, if there's no other houses already on that property.
On any of the properties that you own in Lincoln County that are transited by the pipeline, have you declared a housing eligibility on any of those properties?
I believe if you contact planning and zoning in Lincoln County, they can tell you how many eligibilities are available on your property.
Do you know what I mean by declare a housing eligibility?
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, that is to say, you as a landowner owning a 40-acre piece say, I have decided to exercise my housing eligibility. Therefore, I designate this 1-acre property, a given 1-acre property, as the property where that housing eligibility will be executed. Have you done that on your property?
On the properties that were before us in the exhibit, we have not, as obviously time and future possibilities present themselves. So a lot of that is timing.
So you, in short, you have to plat the piece of property that you intend to sell for housing, do you not?
I mean, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Yes, and if you wanted to do that in the near future, you would need to do that, but these are very, they have worth. when you go to an auction and you start bidding on a piece of ag land, you're going to, in general, pay more for that piece of property if it has one or more eligibilities than you would if it has none.
Yes, correct. So if there is an unexecuted housing eligibility on a given 40 or quarter section, 160 acres, is your view that the worth of that, say, quarter section is increased by the fact that there are housing eligibilities, right?
Yes,
And the value, if the housing eligibility has not been defined, that is platted, then the value of the housing eligibilities is reflected in the value of the entire quarter, is it not?
it is, but depending on the lay of the land, you would know where you would want to put those eligibilities eventually. Unless someone had a specific need that they requested it in a certain position.
Okay. Now, in your direct testimony, you also talk about ad valorem real property taxes and how you believe ad valorem real property taxes on your properties would be affected by the existence of a pipeline. You make some comment about the fact, you make a comment about the fact that in some fashion you, as a landowner, are responsible for paying the taxes on the area where the pipeline exists. You recall that testimony?
Paying the taxes on the easement.
And of course, Navigator will pay taxes also, won't it?
My understanding is they will pay taxes on the pipe.
Is it not true that ad valorem real property taxes in South Dakota are assessed on the value of the property?
On the assessed value determined by the county assessor.
Yes, an assessed value for agricultural property is computed based on its productivity, is it not?
Yes,
And the assessed value of commercial property, like the Navigator pipeline, is assessed on a basis that involves three factors: income, cost, and market, right?
I don't know that.
So you don't know how Navigator is taxed.
I don't know that it's based on income tax and market. Is that what you said?
Income, market, and cost.
And cost.
The three classic approaches to appraisal. You don't know about that.
I did not know that.
Do you know what central assessment means?
I do not.
Maybe if I say it differently, you know that pipeline properties that cross more than one county are assessed for value by the Department of Revenue, not by the County Director of Equalization.
That would make sense.
Did you know that? Or
I don't know that I ever thought about it.
now, in your direct testimony, you speak at some length about the authority of the Public Utilities Commission. You're a member of the South Dakota Legislature, right?
Yes, I am.
And you know that in South Dakota, well, our motto is, all of the power in South Dakota is vested in the people, right?
Under God, the people rule.
Correct. And the embodiment of the people's voice is the legislature, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the legislature determines the scope of the authority of public agencies, right?
Public agencies, can you elaborate on that?
Well,
Just, is my standing objection still going? If not, please, as to relevance.
Your objection is noted and standing, and continue your questioning. Thank you.
this body, the Public Utilities Commission of the state of South Dakota, is a public agency,
Yes,
and it's created by statute,
correct.
and its authority is determined by the scope of the Genesis statute, correct?
By the what statute?
By the statute.
Yes,
The Public Utilities Commission has no greater authority than that granted by the legislature, right?
that's correct.
Do you know if the Public Utilities Commission has the authority to dictate the terms of an easement between a pipeline company and a landowner?
They can dictate the siting, which is made up of easements.
They can issue a permit for the construction of a pipeline, right?
Yes,
Do you believe that the Public Utilities Commission has routing authority for a pipeline?
I believe that with the siting permit, they do have the authority to weigh in on some of the terms.
Of the easement document.
Yes,
Now, you said this morning in response to Ms. Carpenter's examination that you were not familiar with 49-41B, the South Dakota statute that governs this proceeding. Is that true?
I'm familiar with it, but I felt that she was referring to a certain section.
I see. So you are generally familiar with the Energy Facilities Act, as it's commonly called.
I'm familiar with the section of code that it talks about utilities in there.
Could you point me to a section in that statute that allows the Public Utilities Commission to address the language of an easement between a landowner and a pipeline company?
Form, argumentative, relevance.
Overruled,
No, I would have to look through there.
In your direct examination, in your direct testimony, you commented at some length on the power of condemnation or eminent domain. Correct?
Yes,
Do you believe that the Public Utilities Commission has any authority over the exercise of the power of eminent domain with respect to pipeline companies?
I believe that if they rule in favor of granting a permit for a project as a common carrier, it then allows that company to move forward and actually have a project, which then they would qualify to go and file condemnation and carry through with eminent domain. So it's a chain link.
Do you believe that a pipeline company has to have a construction construction permit issued by the Public Utilities Commission under 4941B before it can exercise the power of eminent domain?
I believe since we've seen condemnation letters already go out with a similar project, that they do not have to have a permit before they can act on that, but they have to have a permit to have a project.
To build the project.
Yes,
So if a pipeline company chose, it could pursue the process of eminent domain and acquire the easements through the condemnation process despite not having a permit, right?
I believe that we've seen that in action.
It's a business judgment on the part of the company, right?
Yes, I believe the business can decide if they will use that route or not.
So for example, it's happening right now today as we sit here, is it not? The popular press is full of statements that the Summit Carbon Solutions has begun eminent domain proceedings all over South Dakota, right?
Yes,
And they do not have a permit under the Energy Facilities Act, correct?
they do not.
And they won't have until after their hearing, which is scheduled a month from now, right?
I believe they start their hearing in September.
So those references in your direct testimony about the Public Utilities Commission having the power over or influence on condemnation proceedings is incorrect.
I believe that they still give a nod to the company to go ahead with their project. And if they're deemed a common carrier, they have the right to use eminent domain.
In your direct examination, in your direct testimony, you talk at some length about the computation of damage to your property as a consequence of the existence of the easement and the existence of the pipeline, right?
The construction of the pipeline and how it is cared for thereafter.
You talk about crop loss, you talk about your belief that the value of your property is depreciated. You talk about disruption to your property, all those things in your direct testimony, right?
Yes, and the public perception as well as a factor in that.
You're aware, of course, that eminent domain proceedings are not conducted before the Public Utilities Commission, right?
I understand that just compensation is given in a court of law.
That's right. Jurisdiction by statute in South Dakota is in the circuit courts for condemnation, correct?
That is where just compensation is given in the court of law.
And all of those decisions are made by a jury, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, that is correct.
And of course, the Public Utilities Commission sits as a quasi-judicial panel, but it's not a jury, right?
I'm not sure what the definition is. I don't believe they're a jury.
Do you believe that the Public Utilities Commission has jurisdiction over determining the value of any crop loss that may occur on your property?
Could you repeat that question?
Do you believe that the Public Utilities Commission has jurisdiction over crop, values of effort, I'll say, determining the extent of any crop loss on your property.
I don't know that they could determine the extent of crop loss.
Just compensation is always determined by a jury in circuit court, right?
For eminent domain?
Yes, correct.
To my knowledge, yes.
Because the Constitution says there shall be no taking of private property without just compensation, correct?
Correct.
And the statutes of the state of South Dakota implement that constitutional provision in Title 21, do they not?
Could you read me Title 21?
Could I read it to you?
Mhm.
Yeah, but it'd take like an hour,
Okay.
so I probably won't. Are you familiar with Title 21?
I'm not sure. Could you point me to it?
Title 21 is, there is a section in Title 21 of the code that governs condemnation proceedings.
Okay.
And you're aware that the Supreme Court of the state of South Dakota has innumerable cases that define the rights of landlords, the rights of landowners, and the rights of persons seeking to exercise the power of condemnation, right?
Could you repeat that again?
You're aware of the many Supreme Court decisions that deal with the rights of landowners and the rights of persons seeking to condemn property through eminent domain?
I'm not familiar with them, but I don't doubt that they exist.
None of those cases, to your knowledge, vest any of that authority in the Public Utilities Commission.
Foundation relevance.
Foundation's probably a pretty good objection.
Yeah,
I'll withdraw the question.
and a perfect time to just let my personal stress out regarding time management here. I think you're doing a great job cross-examining, but I start to worry with a room full of landowners and a deep, deep desire to hear from everyone. I'd ask you to cross that one off your list and move on to your next one and keep this conversation in mind as we proceed. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, that's all the questions I have.
Ms. Bailey,
I do not have any questions, thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
Yeah, I've got questions. The first one is, was anything Mr. Taylor asked you relevant in any way to a single union?
Form,
Just wait 1 second. So does the PUC staff get to ask and then
Oh, that's
actually
right.
the commission and then Mr. Doherty?
Interveners were in my head, and I just moved to the next one. Thank you, Chair Fegan, for getting me back on track. Apologies to staff. Staff, would you please kick us off?
Thank you, Mr. DeHuig. For the record, can I note my appearance?
Please do.
Thank you. This is Amanda Reese appearing on behalf of PUC staff. And staff has no questions for this witness.
Now, we will come over to commission questions. And Chair Fegan, could you help us
So
out?
I get to start, right?
Yes.
Ms. Limbs, you may not be aware of this, but I have been waiting for this time where you and I get to speak for over a year. I probably met you about a year ago and I couldn't talk. Very much all, and that has been the whole year. And so that's never easy. But today, I get to ask you questions and everybody gets to hear the questions I've had for over a year. So we're going to start, I just took notes everywhere, so it's going to be a little scattered, so that's all right, hopefully. So in your testimony, You talked about your father buying some land for investment use for future development. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
I can. Like I said and I read before, my dad moved to the Worthing area from Elkton, or actually my grandfather moved from Elkton, South Dakota. And so he had, I believe, a quarter of land when my dad took it over, when my dad was in his 20s. And so he had opportunity over a lifetime of work, and, you know, some good investments and business decisions, and mostly decided to invest his earnings in more farm ground, which he was an active farmer. And so they would add to that as time went on. And there were a couple different times that there was a pretty good tract or properties of land, more than one parcel, that would come up for auction. Or he would go and, you know, meet with someone and, you know, they'd work out something that he was able to purchase land up in that area up by Harrisburg. And so that came about, one of those purchases was in 2006, and he passed away in 2008. So that's where that you know, that separate entity came in, that we ended up sticking some of those properties. But he did talk to me about that someday, you know, these properties would be probably within the footprint of, at that time, we didn't even foresee what Harrisburg was going to be doing, and it's just boomed. And but for sure, we thought, you know, on the outskirts of Sioux Falls. And so yeah, up until that time, you farm it, and that's what we've been doing. And you know, you bide your time until maybe a Walmart comes along, or who knows? We don't know, and that's why we don't always, you know, we've held on to these things for 15 years now, just waiting for the right moments and the right person to come along, and you know, so that's what that looked like.
You talked in your testimony about Northern Natural Gas, and Mr. Taylor asked you about Northern Natural Gas. You talked about a public use, and he talked about South Dakota. Have you heard the Public Utilities Commission talk about regional transmission organizations, or maybe myself talk about Southwest Power Pool, and how important it is to keep the lights on in a 15-state footprint?
I haven't heard that specifically, but that would be true. It's important to keep the lights on.
So Northern Natural Gas, the pipeline that comes through South Dakota, could serve generating facilities with electricity that impact South Dakota and keeping the lights on?
I believe so.
So you also talked about Dakota Access that comes on some of your land. And you talked about working with them. Did you work with their land agents, or did you have to go to the courts and they had to use eminent domain on that project?
We worked with the land agent as we felt it behooved us to work with them because we felt that the country needed energy independence.
So for Dakota Access, Mr. Taylor asked you a lot about different pipelines. But he mostly asked you about natural gas pipelines and oil pipelines. Did he ask you any questions of, I'm not always paying attention, about carbon pipelines? Did he ask you about carbon pipelines?
I don't believe so.
So what concerns you about carbon pipelines? Why is that different than oil and natural gas?
I believe that we can see organically that it obviously is different, because when I go to the public meetings and the county commission meetings and the talked to the townships and the landowners. I don't see an outcry when it comes to natural gas or water or electricity, that this was different. And I think it is different because people do not see it as a public use, so they're also very, very, very concerned about the safety and the orderly development of our towns and using our land the way that we see fit.
So when you talk about safety, it looks like in the testimony from Navigator that I read to some of the people that testified, it talks about there are times when it's invisible. Of course, we talked about there's no odorant, so you can't smell it. And it travels. It travels near the ground, and we don't know for sure, according to the wind and the condition, how far it travels. I mean, we have modeling, and you got to be in confidential session and see some of that modeling. Is that some of the reason why landowners are concerned compared to an oil pipeline and a natural gas pipeline then?
Absolutely. You can clean up an oil spill, and yes, there are some dangers with natural gas, but not nearly like we would see with possibility that could be with the CO2 pipeline.
I asked one of the Navigator's witnesses, and I don't know if you were here at the time, if that person had heard of carbon farming, and that farmers can obtain federal government subsidies or credits if they use certain techniques on carbon farming to reduce footprint. Did you hear any of that discussion?
I did not hear that discussion, but I had heard of that before. Obviously, our crops take in carbon, and I've heard that same thing, that corn is a natural, captures carbon, and so that would make sense.
So you and Mr. Taylor had lots of conversations about eminent domain. Do you know if, and so you are part of the legislature, which actually defines what the Public Utilities Commission authority is. Do you know, when you did you look at Minnesota's laws on eminent domain and carbon? Do they have certain laws with eminent domain and carbon? How about Iowa? What type of research did you do?
I did look at Minnesota's laws. It is my understanding that they cannot use eminent domain for this project in Minnesota. Illinois, I also believe that that's the case in Illinois. I could stand corrected. I've read different articles and things about that. In Iowa, their IUB board does decide eminent domain. And so that literally does directly lie at their feet. Correct me if I'm wrong. But obviously in South Dakota, it comes, if they are defined as a common carrier, they have the right to use eminent domain.
So then in South Dakota, unlike Minnesota, our production, agriculture producers need to go to the courts and hire an attorney if eminent domain is part of it, unlike Minnesota.
Correct, and as you've seen, there's over 100 landowners with condemnation being served on them as we speak in South Dakota. So it's taken a lot of time and effort for them to go before the courts and to try to wade their way through all of this, especially for people that are in no way familiar with anything that has ever approached them like this before.
Are you aware of any farmers or production agriculture farmers that are witnesses in this docket that support the carbon pipeline?
I am not.
I only have about 3 or 4 more. I'll take a breath, right? Insurance has been brought up. Liability insurance, in fact, today during the noon hour, I was working with an insurance claim. So are you 100% sure that you will have coverage on your land from your liability insurance if one of your tenants or anybody on your property accidentally causes damage to the carbon pipeline?
No. It is my understanding, just like, you know, if you are in a car accident, you have insurance on your car. But if they can prove that you were somehow negligent, or, you know, and maybe you weren't, but you're going to have to prove that you weren't. And so, you know, you look at that case and you say, again, it's like the proof goes back, how do I say that? The risk goes back to the landowner.
So have you looked personally and asked, do you know if you can get coverage 100% sure that you will not be sued and you will not have any liability?
No. I said this earlier and then somebody jumped in, but I did speak with my insurance agent just yesterday. And even he said it's a very gray area. So that's where it's very difficult to really put your finger, because if it's deemed a pollutant, many times they will not cover that. So if this is a pollutant that we are going to sequester underground because we're saying it's harming the atmosphere, then many, you know, I saw different letters when I was in the legislature from people that they had gotten from their insurance companies stating, if this, you know, if this is a pollutant, it will not be insured.
So did you hear my questions to Mr. Lee on his direct testimony? He has question 10, page 6. And it are the comments and information obtained from landowners in South Dakota taken into account in developing the route? And this is his answer. Yes, specific information from landowners about their property was taken and continues to be taken into consideration, such as plans for future development of the property. Did you as a landowner, or did Lincoln County that you're aware of, or did anybody, did Navigator reach out to you in advance of even submitting the application or any time to ask you about your future use of your property?
We did not have any discussion like that. My experience has been, it has been difficult to communicate in such a way. Number one, when we got our survey papers, there was nothing noted on those papers of what parcel they were coming to, where it would just say, we're coming to Peterson Ag. Well, what does that mean? So, you know, it puts a bad taste in your mouth. The first letter that we got states that if we don't work with them, that, you know, they do have so it already, it sets up a precedent. Like, I don't think this is a company I want to work with. Did I answer your question? Okay.
Were you aware that the Public Utilities Commission, of course, you were at a public input meeting, were you aware that Navigator came to the Public Utilities Commission in December and let us know that there were 204 landowners closest to the project that weren't given that the list was not given to the Public Utilities Commission, so those people were not noticed on the public input meeting where they could ask questions to Navigator in front of the commission, because I have a whole notebook of questions. I have you in here, I have several landowners in here. I've been looking at these notes for 6 months as I review all the documents. Were there landowners that weren't given that opportunity
Yes,
and were given a letter that was said that you can go listen to it in a recorded session? You can go listen to the recorded sessions.
I'm not familiar with that part.
Were you here when I asked Mr. Lee questions about future development? And you may have heard me talk to a lot of witnesses of Navigators this week to say, if you were here 50 years ago and drove around our area, it looks completely different because rural living is different. Would you agree? And I don't know how long you've lived down in the Canton area. This area where we live looks completely different than it did 50 years ago because a lot of people want rural living.
Absolutely, and I believe that I touched on that earlier when I read, about what will this land look like 50 years from now? Because we can't see into the future, but we know that South Dakota and Sioux Falls specifically is growing leaps and bounds and we have a governor that's inviting everyone to move here, so that might have something to do with it too. But yes, and I have lived in the Canton area my whole life. I mean, Worthing and Canton, other than college. So I'm very familiar with that. And like I said before, Harrisburg is the fastest growing town or city in the state, according to the Dakota Scout. In May of 2023, they had that in there. So yeah, it's, we certainly do not want to impede the growth, the natural growth of our towns and cities.
I don't know if you were here when I asked Mr. Lee if he was aware of county ordinances, zoning ordinances, and building eligibilities, and he said he was not aware of the building eligibilities.
I didn't hear that testimony.
So, Minnehaha, Moody counties are involved in zoning ordinances, but Lincoln County, are they still working on theirs?
They actually met today, and since they only had 3 commissioners there, they had 2 votes, is my understanding, to pass the ordinance, and they had 1 vote against, and since they did not have a quorum, that it failed.
Well, that's interesting. At least all 3 of us show up.
That's right.
We need to do our job, because the legislature certainly gave us a job to do. And it's based on facts and evidence. So that's how I need to make the job or decision. When we look at the 4 items that the legislature gave us in South Dakota Codified Law 4941B-22, they gave us 4 items. And the last one, whether the project will unduly interfere with the orderly development of the region with due consideration having been given to the views of the governing bodies of affected local units of government. Do you believe this project would interfere with the development of your land?
Absolutely. As I said before, there's 17 eligibilities on these specific properties. We looked at doing some type of a livestock feeding facility or something like that, because we can position it where there's not many houses, but then we can't, if this would go through, you can't put up structures and those kinds of things. So I definitely feel that it would greatly impact my family, which I went through and counted it up, and I mean, these properties in full or part support probably 45 of our family members, That doesn't include tenants that farm our farm ground and all the people that they employ. And I believe that economic development will be lost. I don't know if that part is being looked at. You know, we look at the upside of some of these projects, but there's also another side of economic impact that may be lost because of projects. And I believe that some of these areas that would experience maybe good growth, I'm looking at parks and schools and, you know, things like that, houses, and all of the economic impact that that would bring. And I do see a deterrence to that happening with a CO2 pipeline specifically.
Mr. Taylor went through lots of places in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, that there's housing developments and et cetera. Have you ever been to Central Baptist Church?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware that there's a pipeline that goes on the property of Central Baptist Church, and that church is now looking at expanding, but because of that pipeline, that church will have to really look at the expansion because of the pipeline that runs through that property?
I was not aware of that.
That's all my questions for now.
Okay.
That'll take us to Commissioner Hanson.
Good afternoon, Representative Lems.
Good afternoon.
Pleasure to have the opportunity to chat with you today. Commissioner Fegan is, Chair Fegan is very efficient, and you would not believe all the notes that she has up here. I don't know where she found the time, because I have been reading constantly. My wife drives everywhere we go just so I can sit and read. If we go to the grocery store, I sit and read. I read until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know where she is. She looks like she's got 4 people working for her, and I know she doesn't. We don't have that privilege. But it's just amazing to see what she has done. So I'm bad with her. I do have a couple of questions, though. And the first one is that you said you attempted an auction and were unsuccessful because of low bids. And I'm curious, I just want to make sure that obviously it was arm's length, that it was an auction. It was, you said advertised. Were there signs up, newspaper articles?
Yes, I believe it was advertised in newspapers, and mailing went out, and you know, those kinds of things. That is normal course for a farmland auction.
Okay, so you're familiar with farmland auctions?
Yes.
All of those efforts were taken? In your
Yes.
opinion? Is there a thunderstorm or tornadoes or anything like that to
No.
keep them away? All right. Any idea the number of people who might have attended? A guesstimate.
I would guess 30, and of course sometimes they have online bidders as well.
Thank you. Do you know, you were asked some questions about Northern Natural Gas Pipeline and some other things. Do you know, and you answered as if you knew whether they were involved in distributing, selling any gas in South Dakota. Do you know for a fact if Northern Natural Gas does or does not provide any natural gas in South Dakota?
I do not.
Are you aware that regarding siting permits, it is one of the many permits that are required of a pipeline? I'll rephrase it.
Okay.
Do you know if pipelines such as this one that we're talking about today, the Navigator, Do you know if they are required to obtain more than the permit from the PUC?
Well, I know that there's the regulations that come down from the federal government.
Speaking of permits, that's permits as opposed to laws, regulations, rules.
I'm not sure, other than I know of ordinances and setbacks and things like that.
Would surprise you to know that they probably have somewhere around 14 permits that they, and that's a guesstimate on my part, I didn't sit down and count. Would that surprise you?
No,
There was some discussion about eminent domain and such. Are you aware the PUC cannot locate, we cannot dictate to a pipeline company where to locate the pipeline? We can't locate pipelines. Are you aware of that?
I do believe that this permit is just allowing the pipeline. You're giving it the green light or not to come through the state.
Along with those other permits?
Mhm.
Are you aware that the PUC can prohibit particular locations if the location violates rules or regulations or laws of the state of South Dakota? So, in essence, what I'm asking is, you recognize that from the last question, that we cannot tell them where to place their pipeline. However, we can prohibit them from locating it in certain ways if it's in violation or something.
Okay, that clarifies it.
Do you understand that?
I do know.
Okay, I have to ask things in a question rather than testify.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm under the impression that the counties can set ordinances and setbacks for those things.
Okay. Do you believe it's irresponsible for, and I'm regurgitating somewhat of what your statement is in order to try to clarify something else. Do you believe it is irresponsible for a pipeline company to pursue eminent domain without assurance that the property they are pursuing will actually be a part of the final permitted route?
Yes,
Are you aware that Navigator has not pursued eminent domain at this time?
I am aware of that.
Okay, and it's Summit that has. It's
Yes.
not- Okay. And you stated that this CO2 pipeline has the potential to affect the financial well-being of 45 members of the extended Lenz family and a number of tenants and their families. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for traveling here today and making your presentation. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Almost everything that I know about building eligibilities I've learned today. So that tells you I don't know much about the topic, and there's a couple of things that I need kind of cleared up.
Is that because you grew up in White Lake?
Yeah, we don't have those things down there. That is true. There was some reference to that if you were going to exercise a building eligibility, there would have to be platting done. I was maybe under the understanding that if somebody bought 40 acres, that they could then put, and it had a housing eligibility, they could put a house anywhere on that without platting that 40 acres. Is that correct or not?
I don't know if it's an actual requirement or if it's more of a suggestion. I would have to check for sure on that with Lincoln County Planning and Zoning.
So the way that you would maybe anticipate using these housing eligibilities, and I'm just going to create the hypothetical because I don't know, is that, let's say a parcel had 4 eligibilities, you would plat, and I heard maybe 1 acre lots out of that, for those lots, sell those off, and then maintain the rest of it for your purposes. Is that a realistic scenario?
Correct. Or, sometimes people want to have horses, so you might zone 5 acres with a building eligibility, or, it could vary that way, but yes.
But if you were selling the 5 acres, you don't know whether that needs to be separately platted or not.
I believe that it does, because it's separate ownership, from your entity, so.
Okay.
If you were gonna use it yourself, I don't know that you needed to do that, so.
Okay, thank you. So earlier in this proceeding, the applicant and folks that work with ethanol plants have made the case. They believe that if this project goes through, that it will serve to increase the price of corn. I believe at one of their studies showed maybe up to 19 cents a bushel. If that happened, would that benefit you and the businesses that you work with?
We use an average price from several different markets in the area, so it may benefit us a sum. Just depends on what happens with those other markets. If that makes the other markets, also more competitive, so that they have to raise their price, or, how that works, so it's possible.
Okay, so if it's possible that, let's assume that this project would happen. And you said it's possible that it would assist you economically, and I'm assuming that's through rental rates, correct?
Yes,
And you would also receive compensation for the easement, whether it was voluntary or involuntary, correct?
a one-time payment.
And so, even with that potential for some economic benefit, you still believe that this is not in the best interest of yourself or the businesses that you're associated with. And so, am I to infer from that for you and those businesses, there are things more important than dollars and cents?
Absolutely.
Can you expound on that?
It's called freedom. And we should be able to say we want to be a part of a project, or we should be able to say no thank you. And the time, there's so many factors. There's time and effort. There is private property that I believe that they're taking that is not going to benefit the public. So they're able to use, if they're a common carrier, they can use that eminent domain, which is what our law says. There's the safety factors that are very, very huge. And again, we all know of what happened in Satartia, Mississippi. I know that people, it's just very concerning to the groups that I've heard speak on this. Me personally, I'm very, very concerned about it. And we all know that that's concentrated CO2, the supercritical CO2 is heavier than air, it displaces oxygen. We can have the best safety mechanisms in place, and we can still have an accident. And what is going to be the risk versus reward if and when we have something like that happen, whether it's a year from now or 20 years from now? And I don't want people that are living on my piece of property, or my family, or my neighbors, or their cattle, or, I mean, it's the economic, again, the economic impact on the other side could be devastating. And so I don't think that the risk versus reward is worth it. And again, like I've talked about before, the foreign ownership in itself is enough for me to say, I don't want to do business with this company. BlackRock, UAE, like I said, we divested ourselves of investment in BlackRock, any investment over 2 years ago, to my recollection, to the time frame. I don't feel that my morals and values line up with that company, and I don't feel that they are friendly to most of South Dakota's patriotic values, if you will. The state of Florida divested themselves over $2 billion of their state investment in BlackRock. I just looked that up last night. So there's issues with that kind of company, and I don't want to be forced into a business partnership that someone that can come on my land and crisscross at will, actually that whole parcel, the way that the easement is written. So I want to have the right, and I want the right for other people to say, we want to participate. We can say yes, but if we do not want to, I believe we should have the freedom in this country, especially in the state of South Dakota, to say no, thank you.
And so, based on that answer, and we've talked already today about your familiarity with 4941B22, which has the criteria that we have to evaluate this project under. And one of those criteria is that the project will not substantially impair the welfare of inhabitants. And so is it your belief, based on the things that you just talked about, that if this project were forced upon you and the businesses that you associate with, that it would in fact impede or substantially impair the welfare?
Well, I definitely think it could impact the welfare if we had a rupture. But beyond that, the state of mind of the people that are living there and feel the responsibility to themselves and their family and their neighbors, I believe it could severely impact people. And, just the policing aspect, that we're going to have to have, alarms and all of these things in place, and then we're going to have to know what to do, X, Y, Z, when, if and when something would happen. I just think I don't want to live that way. And I wouldn't want to put that on anybody else to have to live that way.
In answering an earlier question, in reference to this proposed pipeline, you said, and I think I quote, "People don't see it as a public use," unquote. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you understand that that belief is not one of the criteria that we can use to evaluate under 4941B22?
Yes.
And the last question I've got, for now, in your direct testimony, and it's actually from the section that I believe you read to us again today, you stated in part that the United States Constitution and the South Dakota Constitution, both of which supersede other laws, should protect the rights of South Dakota citizens, and then it goes on from there. Do you understand that, or is it your understanding that it is the court system of South Dakota that will make those determinations as it relates to eminent domain?
I believe that the court system will make the determination of just compensation, but I do believe that elected officials also swore an oath to the Constitution to secure these rights which include life, liberty, and acquiring and protecting property, and the pursuit of happiness, which we just talked about. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. So I know that you have 4 criteria that you look at. But beyond that, do we have a moral duty to act in the best interests of our constituents? And if it's not one of your criteria, maybe it needs to be added.
And as you know, you sit in a body that has the authority to do that, and we do not, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether, let me ask it this way, is the exercise of the use of eminent domain by a carbon dioxide pipeline in South Dakota, do you believe that is a constitutional exercise of eminent domain?
No.
Do you know whether that question, the constitutionality of our eminent domain statute as it relates to this pipeline, do you know as that is currently being challenged in the court system in South Dakota?
I know the survey laws are being challenged. I do not know if that's an active, if they've gotten that far yet in the courts with that particular issue.
Thank you. That's the questions I've got for now.
Mr. Jordy?
Don't sound so excited.
Redirect?
Yes, please. Picking up on some of Commissioner Nelson's questions there, obviously you don't have an argument with the Commissioner Nelson as opposed to what is or what isn't specifically stated in the 4 factors that they are to analyze, do you?
Can you say that again?
I'm sorry. I'll ask it a different way. The 3rd factor that you and Commissioner Nelson discussed related to the will not substantially impair the health, safety, or welfare of the inhabitants. I want you to just keep that factor in mind. Is it your position that if a project can be forced upon you that you believe is not for the public use or the public benefit, and that could subject you and your family and your land against your will to expensive and lengthy eminent domain proceedings, that in of itself is a substantial impairment to the welfare of you as an inhabitant?
Absolutely.
And you understand that these factors, such as will not substantially impair the health, safety, or welfare, you understand that these are very expansive and subjective factors, correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson asked some questions about citing, and I just want to make clear, is it your testimony that even though this commission may not be tinkering with the route per se, that yes vote is an approval of the route that is publicly known and being requested to be approved?
Yes.
In terms of permitting, are you aware that not a single state in the Navigator proposed project footprint has permitted their route or application in any state?
I did not know that.
You were here for the testimony of Navigator's witness, Mr. Rosa, who had testified that Illinois is kind of the starting point, and that's where they need to put the work and the time in and give the materials to. Did you hear that line of questioning?
Yes.
Do you have any understanding why this commission is being asked to approve a project that, per Navigator's own testimony, they don't even have approval in the critical starting point state that they need?
It makes no sense to me.
Mr. Taylor asked a long line of questions. I didn't hear the mention of union or job or labor or economic benefit anywhere in his questions, did you?
No.
My takeaway, tell me what your takeaway was. Was your takeaway from his entire line of questionings that it's a fact other pipelines exist in other places?
Yes.
Did you find that to be relevant or moving, or did that change any of the positions you came here to express?
No, it did not, because, again, when I go to public hearings and commission meetings and all of these kinds of things, like I said before, nobody's in an uproar about natural gas or water or electric. We all understand we need those things. This is a different cat, if you will. And one of the big factors with this specifically is safety.
Is it your understanding that the easement, the proposed easement, the current draft at least in 60, which is in evidence, is Navigator seeking a perpetual easement in perpetuity on all 10 of your parcels?
Yes,
And I think you had mentioned to Commissioner Nelson that they're offering a one-time payment for in perpetuity rights and use, is that right?
that's correct.
Are you aware in the easement of the restrictions of the things that you cannot do, such as you can't have any growth or shrubs or trees or improvements or buildings within or on any portion of the easement? Are you aware of that?
I am aware. I have several pages of this.
Are you aware that you have to seek the the approval of Navigator before you want to do certain things on your own property if it's near or on or across the easement?
Yes,
Do you understand that the easement would allow Navigator to construct a pipeline, fiber optic cables, and other incident facilities and equipment and appurtenances and other necessary appurtenances at their free will without your input?
I am aware of that, and I'd like to know what the other is.
Well, and through your review of the easement, did you find any definition or limitation on their ability to place or construct on or below or above your land other necessary appurtenances?
Can you say that again?
Yes,
Sorry.
just in your review of the easement, did you see that term defined, other appurtenances or any restrictions of where it could be placed?
No,
Are you aware the Navigator seeks to retain the exclusive right to get to their easement across all of the rest of your land 24 hours a day?
yes, and that's what makes me very nervous about liability.
Are you aware that if you are deemed by Navigator to interfere with anything they think is a problem for any of their easements, that they can take care of that and force you to pay them back?
Yes,
Are you aware that Navigator, if this project is approved, can assign and mortgage their interests in the easement on your land to anyone on planet Earth at any time?
yes, and that's also a great concern to me. I do believe that there should be something in place that they have to get approval, because, I mean, we could have some foreign agent come in that's not friendly to any of us in South Dakota and purchase that. And, you know, we hear all of this talk about foreign land ownership in our state, and there's a big outcry about it, rightly so. But we don't hear anything about easements being owned by these entities, so that's a great concern to me.
We were asked a question about, well, isn't it true that the pipeline is buried below any tile lines? In your review of the easement, do you see any provision anywhere where Navigator states they would only locate the pipeline above or below, or any specific location?
No,
Okay. And If you were to damage your own tile line, say at 5 foot with equipment, are you worried that there might be a fatal release of CO2?
No, and the difference is we own that tile line and we would be responsible for repairing it, and we know where they are.
In terms of damages, you were asked a question though, well, I mean, you get paid for crop damages. Wouldn't you remember that line of early on questions?
Yes,
Is it true that Navigator would require you that they're actual documented crop loss damages, and that they have the sole authority whether or not to agree with you or pay or not pay the amount you seek?
yes, that's true. So you would have to, if you disagree, again, you're going to have out-of-pocket costs to prove that and probably go to court.
Now, for the last point I want to touch on here, picking up on the insurance questions you were asked, are you aware that Navigator does not indemnify you from liability for anything that may be due or caused by your negligence or willful acts or anybody that you invite or that is on your property?
Yes, and that is also a very great concern.
I think you covered the worries about the pollution exclusion, that it may be true that you have insurance, you pay premiums, but that doesn't mean there'll be coverage if certain types of injuries or accidents are claimed to be caused by you or someone on your property. Is that right?
That's correct, and I believe that the burden of proof, unfortunately, I feel that it often could come back on the landowner.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have anything further.
Thank you.
That brings us to another round of cross-examination based off commission questions and the redirect that your attorney gave you. We'll start again here with Navigator. Navigator, did you have a re-cross-examination?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Ms. Lums, you spoke about working with a land agent in the past. Is that for the Northern Border Pipeline?
Yes.
Okay.
No, not Northern Border, Northern Natural Gas.
Northern Natural Gas. And in this instance, Navigator did send land agents out to visit with you and your family members, correct?
I spoke to one of the guys on the road one day when the survey was taking place.
Well, you have refused to work with the land agents for Navigator. Isn't that true?
I have spoken with a surveyor on the phone, and like I have reviewed before, because of some of the instances of the things that happened, the letter that I received, the survey, that letter that we received with no explanation of where they were going to be coming on our property, I chose at that time to say, and the investment company that's involved, I don't feel that I have to sit down and speak with them. That's why I have an attorney.
Okay, so the answer to my question was yes, you refused to work with Navigator's land agents.
Like they showed up and I refused to say hello? Or
Well, you
I didn't
refused,
respond to a letter?
you refused to have communication, you refused to have.
I believe that my attorney has been communicating with them.
Do you have knowledge of that or no?
I do. You brought up one of the instances before, and most recently, we're working with Mr. Jordy.
And you, when I asked you about that other incident with your first attorney, where he had told the land agent that you were waiting to see if the PUC approved this project before any negotiations, and you said you didn't have any knowledge of that.
He may have visited with me. I do not remember that conversation specifically.
Commissioner Fegan asked about the comment or testimony by Steve Lee that Navigator takes specific information from landowners into account in routing. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
And you have never provided Navigator with any information on routing or where you would like to see this routed, have you?
No, because I don't want it on my land.
And you talked about transferring of easements. You understand that if Navigator were granted this permit, and if it was transferred to someone else in the future, that the PUC would have to approve that, correct?
I did not know that.
I want to ask a little bit about this northern border gas line, and that's on the Dakota aeration parcel, is that right?
Northern Natural Gas, yes.
And you said there was some work done there recently?
That's the parcel that we auctioned.
But the Northern Natural Gas, they...
That wasn't on that piece.
Okay. They did some work though on another piece of your property?
Yes.
And do you know how big that pipeline is? How wide the diameter?
I could not tell you.
It does though travel through the Dakota aeration property though?
I believe that it ends up on the edge of that field.
And then for the Peterson Ag, a couple of those properties, 6-98-49 and 7-98-49, you have a New Star hazardous liquid pipeline going across those two parcels, correct?
I believe it's been there for a long time.
And that's operational.
I believe so.
And do you know how the diameter of that pipeline?
I do not.
Do you know how deep that's buried?
I do not.
And you have said that on the 698-49, there's 3 housing eligibilities on
Yes.
that parcel. And that has the hazardous liquid gas pipeline going through it, correct?
Yes, not CO2.
Okay. And then the 798-49, that has 4 housing eligibilities.
I believe so.
And that has the hazardous liquid pipeline.
Yes, not CO2.
And you have no compunction about developing or putting houses on those.
I don't believe the safety is the same.
Okay, but you would go ahead and put housing on those parcels, notwithstanding that they have a hazardous liquid pipeline running through them.
Yes, I believe it's apples and oranges.
And those 2 parcels also have an abandoned pipeline on them as well, the Magellan line.
The Magellan line is on there.
And I assume you said the New Star line and the Magellan line, they've both been in place for quite some time.
It's to my knowledge.
And you've never had an incident where you hit them or anything like that.
Not to my knowledge.
And you've never had any difficulty insuring those pieces of property, have you?
No, I don't believe it's deemed a pollutant.
You don't think a hazardous liquid would be deemed a pollutant that New Star is carrying?
I don't believe so.
So it's, do you know what product it's carrying?
I don't.
It's a gas or a fuel? Does that sound right?
Can you back up and repeat that last question?
Yep. So the New Star, it's a refined product. Does that sound right?
I don't know.
Okay. So you haven't even taken the time to determine what actually product was flowing under your land on those parcels?
We have other managers that deal with that.
They're not here to testify today, though. Are they? Is anyone else testifying?
Not that I know of, not that has intervener testimony pre-filed.
And So on both those Peterson Ag parcels, those are both being farmed.
Yes, they are.
And they are both being farmed over top the new start, existing operating pipeline, and the abandoned Magellan pipeline.
Yes.
That's all I have, thank you.
Ms. Bailey, any
No
comments?
questions?
And staff?
No questions.
Oh, Mr. Taylor.
I know I'm remarkably forgettable, but it is my turn. Thank you. Just a couple of questions. One of the commissioners talked to you about condemnation proceedings being held in circuit court. Do you know what a necessity hearing is?
I do not.
So you don't know anything really about the conduct of a condemnation proceeding.
I've never been through a condemnation proceeding.
Do you know that you can challenge the necessity of the use of eminent domain in circuit court?
I am aware of that, but with much time and effort and money.
Is it your view that carbon sequestration, carbon capture and carbon sequestration in the form of carbon dioxide is not in the public interest?
I believe that CO2 in the atmosphere is something that we need, and I don't believe that it's the cause of maybe the problems that brought about the 45Q tax credit being implemented. So I believe that there are other ways to deal with that, even new things that have cropped up even after the sequestration has been put out there. You know, there's things that they can do even with methanol on site to convert that CO2 to methanol. That would be something useful instead of just burying CO2 down in the rock.
So, long answer to my question is yes. You don't think that carbon sequestration is in the public interest?
I do not believe that carbon sequestration using our tax dollars and our land to do it is the best way to go about that.
The Congress of the United States disagrees with you.
They may.
Well, they have, haven't they? In the form of 45Q and all of the other incentives for carbon sequestration.
Yes, that may be.
In anticipation of your testimony, did you do anything to explore the effects of pipelines on land values in South Dakota?
I listened to a lot of public testimony, went to a lot of public meetings, and land values are impacted by public perception. Public perception of the specific pipeline has been impacted because of many things that we've already talked about, safety values and private property rights.
Your counsel raised the question of permanent and perpetual in one of his questions to you relative to the easement. Remember that question?
Yes.
Do you know anything about what the law in South Dakota is about termination of an easement for non-use?
I do not.
Thank you, that's all.
And we had confirmation that there was no further cross-examination by Ms. Bailey and by staff. Mr. Jordy, do you need a final redirect?
Yes, of course. To that non-use question that Mr. Taylor just posed as a hypothetical, let's assume there is a non-use provision. Would you agree that would then entail you hiring professional representation, incurring more costs, going through legal proceedings to try to prove non-use, to try to wrestle back an easement that you don't believe should have ever been in perpetuity?
Yes.
Are you aware of any South Dakota law that states as a goal to reduce carbon emissions?
No.
Are you aware if South Dakota has made any public policy statement that reducing carbon emissions is important, a value, or a goal of the state?
No.
And does that support your belief that this particular project and the way it's going about it and the rights and restrictions it wants to take and place on your land is not in the public interest?
Can you restate the question?
Yes. Given that there's no state of South Dakota public policy that has said what this project wants to do is in the public interest, is a goal, is any type of South Dakota initiative, do you believe that supports your view that this particular project and the way they're going about it is not in the public interest?
Yes.
You understand that Navigator in this proposal is not transporting energy.
Correct.
And if you and your family decided that there are some risks worth taking based on the benefits and the necessity that you and your family and others in your community and even the country may draw from those particular projects.
Yes.
Navigators Council essentially suggests that you should just work with them. I'm curious if a telemarketer calls you wanting to sell you something that you don't want and is rude, or simply you don't want to deal with them, do you feel you have the duty to talk to them?
No.
Are you aware of any law that requires you to talk to out-of-state surveyors, land people, or anyone that wants to obtain your land for their perpetual profits?
Absolutely not.
And lastly, to clean up, you have the power of attorney for your mother who is involved in one of the entities you previously talked about,
Yes.
and you're fully authorized to speak on her behalf and that entity?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Ms. Lem, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. Mr. Jordy, you may call your next witness.
Yes, thank you. I call Mr.
Mr. Jordy, I'm so sorry. Oh, she needs it. We're gonna take a recess.
Don't touch
We will reconvene at 3:40. 3:40. So 15 minutes.
Maybe give you a quick rundown of stuff you've heard of interest.
Because she, you bring an extra? I'm shaking already.
brought her along. Keep track. I don't know how he does it. You know, your feet are moving and you're up there piping and throwing and I'm like,
I don't know if I'm that coordinated.
I'm
I
not.
think you can only go about like 20 minutes.
Right.
I don't think, I think good walk.
He doesn't slow it down. I haven't either.
Good walk. Kind of like.
Yeah. I got an uncle that used to be able to do that. I'm never gonna get that one down. Yeah.
get started. Mr. Jordy.
Yes, thank you. We call Mr. Rick Bonander.
What's your first name, sir? Rick. Okay, spell your last name. No, I'm going to give you an oath. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Rick Bonander.
And Mr. Bonander, tell the commission where you're from and kind of orientate us towards the concerns or any property that you're concerned about that brings you here today.
Sure. I live in Valley Springs, just between Brandon and Valley Springs off Old Highway 16. And so for that information, I'm about 15 minutes from the Sioux Falls Airport. And that's a very, very developed area that we have out there. And it's a very pristine, beautiful area. And so when my wife and I took and built our house 7 years ago, that's the place that we wanted to build. You have to realize that my family has been there for over 150 years. And so I do have a tie to that community. I've lived in other places, but I always keep coming back to home. And so my concern is safety with that pipeline. Because as you take a look at it, it's the most populated county in the state. Other than Harrisburg, Brandon grows extremely fast. And when you take a look at how they have to grow, because you can't go north to Corson because that's an industrial area. And you can't go west of 6 Mile Road because that's Sioux Falls. And you can't go south because you've got the Split Rock Creek. So you have to go east. And so as I take a look at the development of that area, and I take a look at the perceptions that people have about pipelines, particularly CO2 pipelines, because they're new. There's only about 5,000 miles of them in the United States, but there's 3.3 million miles of other pipelines. And so you ask yourself, with the building eligibilities that I have out there, and they're considerable, who's going to want to take and live next to a pipeline? Particularly one when they use CO2, if you were to go down to Morels or Smithfield, how do they take and euthanize the hogs? They use CO2. When you go to the Hutterite colonies and they have bird flu, how do you euthanize the birds? CO2. The same as with layers, the same as with broilers. It's a very effective way of euthanizing animals. And so if you're going to live next to a pipeline, maybe it never erupts, but the anxiety that you have living there, and if you have a choice, wouldn't you pick another place?
Now, sir, is it true that early on in this process you received communication from Navigator notifying you about the project in some regard?
Oh, they did. Number one, they sent me a letter. This is really interesting because my parents had died. My mother had died 2 years ahead of that. And so my brother and sister and I, we took and divided up the land for each of our families. Navigator took and sent information to my dead parents. And so when Rich Phelps called me and said that they're going to come through my property and put this pipeline through, I said, how can I trust you can put a pipeline through when you can't even figure out at the courthouse who owns the property? And then he tried to tell me, well, that's somebody at Navigator, that wasn't me. I said, you worked for Navigator, right? And then finally he had to admit to me that he was an independent consultant. So I have spoken to them, I told them that I don't want it on my property for safety reasons. Besides the fact, I've got 2 nesting eagles that sit just down the road from me on my property. And again, it's one of those products, I live in the United States of America, and I should have the right to say no. I've been there over 150 years, my family, and these people are coming in and going to tell me what to do. I've got news for them.
And so do you know, or do you have any way of knowing if Navigator still intends to target your property for the hazardous pipeline, or if they have the ability to place it on your property? Do you know either way?
That's a great question. It keeps moving. It has been on my property, it's been off my property. You just have to go and check the maps all the time and see where they put it next.
Now, even if it was off your property, would you think, oh boy, good, we're in the clear, my neighbor has it, or would that affect your concern, your opposition, your worry that you've expressed here?
I like my neighbors. I don't want to see them die. In fact, if you take a look at my house, which is only 7 years old, right now the pipeline is going to be right across the road. And so you take a look at my driveway, it goes to the west, and that's where the pipeline is. So if we happen to have a rupture, that pipeline, I would have to get out of my house, make sure the engine of my vehicle would start, drive straight into the plume, and then either go parallel to it, either north or south. So I won't have time to call Navigator and tell them that there's a problem. I'll be dead by that time.
Now, sir, other than yourself, I presume you have family and children and grandchildren that visit you at your property that you're also concerned about?
I am, I do. I've got 7 grandchildren, I've got a wife, I've got 5 children. So it affects me personally, because I didn't move here back to South Dakota to live on my family's property and then have somebody come in with a potential deadly agent.
Now, sir, if you could estimate for the commission how many hours since you first received that letter that was sent to your deceased parents from today that you have devoted to learning, trying to understand, get the best information, reading information, going to county meetings, appearing here, all of that, how many hours would you say you've wrapped up into this?
It's been a burden. It's hundreds and hundreds of hours over these last 2 years. You know, basically it's a full-time job watching out, trying to take care of the property that you have. It has not been a fun process.
Now, I prefer not to go on and keep you up here as long as Ms. Lenz was, but other than what you've talked about, I know in your pre-filed testimony you addressed many other concerns. But while you're here for the only time you've got, is there anything else major that you want the commission to hear from you?
Well, I'm really concerned about the safety issue, number one. In my research that I have been doing, I found this article in South Dakota Firefighters. It was written by the fire chief of Valley Springs, and he's questioning, his comment in this paper says, before I can send my rescue squad into a ruptured area, I would have to wait for the hazmat team. There's 5 of them in the state. And he says, all I can do is sit back and wait. And by the time they get there, it's too late. I'll need more body bags. That's a huge concern. There's economic concerns. You know, the value of my home, and it's not a cheap home. It's not a running mobile home that you pull in. Okay? It's an extremely nice home. Who's going to want to buy it? Anybody buy it? It's really uncalled for. Again, I have been there 150 years, my family. I want to make that point. These people are coming in and telling me what I'm going to do. I don't appreciate that.
Sir, you, with my help, obviously, as your counsel prepared testimony, and I believe that's in front of you. We've marked it as L080. If I were to walk through each and all of those questions, would you share your same concerns and thoughts with the commission today as you have previously in writing?
I absolutely would. One of the things that I have got right here, I'm part of the Leader Landowners Group, and we put together a flyer, and what we used was the Danbury model done in the Netherlands. It was found in Science Direct, and what it does, it shows either a 8-inch pipeline or a 24-inch pipeline. 24 inches the navigator, the 8 inches the navigator, the 24 is the summit. And in these circles you will see is that this is an area where you could have possible death and injury to a rupture. You know, we've been looking for plume models from Navigator for 2 years. And they're asking me to put my life on my line, but this is confidential information. Today, they just released their emergency response plan. Why can't they release the plume studies? You know, if they've got something to hide, they've got nothing to hide. Tell us what it is. There's anxiety here. We want to know what's going on.
And sir, you just referenced LEADER, which is the Landowners for Eminent Domain Reform, and you've been a part of that group that is also focused on the safety concerns and the future development concerns relative to these pipelines. Is that correct? That's correct. And you just held up a flyer. We've got that marked as Exhibit LO 123, 123, and is that a document that you worked on, you've prepared, and you're familiar with?
I was involved with that, yes.
And in the document, Exhibit LO 123, you show spheres or circles of potential hazard areas or danger areas. And how did you come up with that information to show the impact radius? Where did you get that data from?
We got that from the Netherlands and the Danbury study. Is where we got that.
All right, and the Danbury study, meaning the Satartia study and the facts related to that in terms of what PHMSA reported, how our plume spread.
That's right.
I would offer Exhibit 123.
Objective, foundation, and the purpose for which it's being offered, which is to prove the substance of the matter that's included in the brochure.
Overruled.
Sir, anything else before I let you go here or tender you for cross-examination that you want to share?
What I would ask Public Utilities Commission is to look at this. We are a Public Utilities Commission, not a Climate Change Commission. And what we're looking at here is that by the CEO's own admission of Navigator, they only have 30% of the easements needed in South Dakota for this project. In Illinois, they have less than 15%. I ask you, why are we wasting your valuable time on a project that's premature? I ask you, for this reason and for many, many others, to take and deny this application.
Thank you, sir. Tender Mr. Bonander Cross.
Navigator.
Thank you, Mr. Buick. Good afternoon, Mr. Bonander. My name is James Moore. I'm on behalf of Navigator. For the record, could you identify your property, please? Either if you have a parcel identification number, do you have a legal description? Can you just identify your property?
26268 486th Avenue, Valley Springs, South Dakota. It would be in the document.
Can you just tell
26268 486th Avenue, Valley Springs, South Dakota.
There is not a property sketch attached to your testimony showing your property. Is that correct?
Right.
And your property, the land that you own, is actually adjacent to the current center line of the proposed Navigator pipeline. Is that correct?
Today.
Has the pipeline ever been routed across your property, sir?
Yes.
When was that?
About a year ago.
And what makes you think that?
It was on use the website. What else am I supposed to think?
Did you receive anything from Navigator?
I have not received anything from Navigator.
And based on the current center line of the proposed pipeline, how far is the center line from the residence on your property where you live?
Today it's about 1,000 feet. It'll change.
And did you measure it? Do you know, how do you know it's 1,000 feet?
That's what they told me when I went to the meeting in Sioux Falls.
Who-
I don't know the man's name, Navigator, you work for him, right?
Can I ask you a question?
That's why I'm here.
Do you know who told you that it was 1,000 feet away and when?
The representative from Navigator at the Sioux Falls meeting, public input meeting. I do not have his card because he did not give me one.
Mr. Bonander, landowner exhibit 80, which is pre-filed testimony, which has not been offered for the record, by the way. Did you write that testimony?
Along with Mr. Jordy, I did.
All right, and when did you do that?
During the course of the year.
There's a lot of substance in the testimony about Navigator's easement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Navigator send you a proposed easement?
No.
And you're offering testimony about the terms of the easement, even though Navigator is not asking you to sign an easement with respect to the current right-of-way. Is that correct?
I do not have an easement. Doesn't mean I won't get one.
You're not being asked to sign one based on the current right-of-way?
Not today.
And just tell me about the advocacy group, landowners for, I'm sorry, I've got the name wrong, but I've lost the...
Eminent domain reform.
Eminent domain reform. Thank you very much. When was that formed?
About 6 months ago.
And who were the parties who formed it?
I work with Bev Nelson and Joy Home.
And is it actually an entity of some sort?
Very loose.
It's the three of you working together to argue against the Navigator pipeline.
No, what it is eminent domain reform.
Okay.
That's what it is. It's not picking on anybody one in particular. It's to advocate for better eminent domain rules in the state.
Are you a landowner who would be affected by the proposed Summit carbon pipeline?
I am not.
Are you an intervener in Summit's docket?
No.
All right. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Taylor,
No questions, thanks.
Ms. Bailey,
No questions, thank you.
staff.
Thank you. Good afternoon. In your testimony, you stated that you derive income from your land. Can you tell us a little more about that? Farming, renting, what kind of things you do?
Yeah.
Okay. All I have. Thank you.
Commission questions. Does anyone have any? I get you first. Gary?
Mr. Bonander, I have all of your written testimony. It's substantial, and I appreciate you making the trip here to make a presentation. Were you able to say everything that you wanted to say up to this juncture?
I believe I have. You know, like I said, I'm extremely concerned about the safety issue of these. It's a new, you know, we've used pipelines for a long time, but we haven't done very much to seals with pipelines. The pressure that they're under is significantly more than a natural gas pipeline or an oil pipeline. We know when those rupture, we know what to do. When a CO2 line ruptures, the CO2 gets close to the ground, as you've heard earlier today. And it can dissipate. And in order to shut down the pipeline, it takes quite a long time because there's a process they have to go through. And so it just don't hit a valve when it's done.
Yes, we had 4 days of testimony last week and a day yesterday, and we have quite a bit more. In the interest of time, I'm not going to pursue any questions because we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to speak. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Monander, looking at landowner exhibit L0123 that you helped prepare, as you were studying the plume model that you used to prepare the map and show the impact radius, can you give me an idea of what the carbon dioxide level would be at 4 miles from a rupture site?
You know, what they're transporting, they're telling us 98% CO2. And so, since I'm not a scientist, just a salesman, okay? You know, it's hard for me to answer that question. But what I would really like to have that question being asked is the navigator, because they're the ones with the modeling. We can put together our best estimate, whether it's 5%, it's still too high. Okay? At 10% is a sure death. 7%, you're going to have drooling at the mouth and brain damage.
So, let me ask the question again. Did you study, and I thought that was your testimony,
Yes.
that you utilized a plume, either model or experiment,
Right.
to create this map, correct?
Right.
So, when you studied that to create the map to provide to the public, what was an example of the carbon dioxide level at 4 miles?
7%.
The last question I've got for you, are there any of the, let me ask 2 questions. Were you here for the entirety of Carla Lem's testimony?
I was.
Are there any of the answers that she gave that you would disagree with?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Bovander, Christy Egan, thanks for coming up. I can tell that this has it's become very emotional for you.
Yes.
And I can tell that. Actually, you were the second person that was at the public input meeting in Sioux Falls. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
And you talked, and I know this isn't for the record, but I just want you to know how we use public input meetings. So when I looked at what you stated, you talked about building eligibilities at that public input meeting.
Yes.
And I certainly circled that. So I just wanted to show you the value of what that does for the commission. And everything we decide here, as you know, has to be based on facts and evidence, correct?
Yes.
And so we can't get into emotions, we have to do facts and evidence, but I wanted to let you know that the public input meeting matters. And what you stated there was an item that I have looked at during all this information that I've studied, so thank you.
Thank you.
With that, Mr. Jordan, do you have a redirect?
I just offer LO 80.
Any objection?
No objection except to the attachments after number 3.
Any response?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm offering the entire exhibit, so, I mean, if I need to go through each of the other attachments, I can do that.
Well, it's already been ruled on, that's my point.
So, admitted pursuant to nothing after 3.
No further questions.
No further questions.
No further questions.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes it, and you may step down. Mr. Jordy, you may proceed.
Thank you. Landowners call R.J. Wright.
W-R-I-G-H-T.
Yes.
When you're ready, I'll give you an oath. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Sir, will you please state your name?
Can you push the button, please, the little white button?
Yeah, good afternoon, Commissioners. Let me get this started here.
And I'll just ask you some questions to get started, okay? So,
I am RJ Wright. That's my initials. My full name is Russell James Wright, but I go by RJ.
and Mr. Wright, are you here on your own behalf personally, as well as the Wright Brothers Partnership, which you have an owning and controlling interest in?
Yes, that's correct.
So, sir, you prepared pre-filed testimony related to your land, your concerns about this project, and we've marked that as Exhibit LO 132. Do you recall when you and I emailed back and forth about that testimony?
Yes, I believe I do.
Okay, all right. We're not going to walk through in Q&A, question and answer, every single topic there, sir, but I do want to give you the opportunity to let the commission know first and foremost what county and the location of the land that you believe would be impacted by this, please.
Sure. I gotta find the legal description here. I've got, okay, first I think I need to start and tell you who we are quickly. In terms of Wright Brothers Partnership, that would be my brother Frank and myself. And we started farming in the 1980s. Mid-1980s was the start of our operation. We became a formal farm partnership in 1995. We bought our first farm in 1997, and that consisted of close to 300 acres. And we've grown quite a bit from there. And presently, we have quite a large footprint in Valley Springs Township. We operate a little over 800 acres in Valley Springs Township. 3/4 of that is land that we own, and about a quarter of that 800 acres, or a little more, is actually land that we lease.
And sir, let me just stop you there. Valley Springs Township, I just want to make sure, for the record, which county, and kind of just orientate us, please.
Well, yes, so that would be Minnehaha County, Valley Springs, and the legal description of that tract of land that we feel is affected by the proposed Navigator hazardous CO2 pipeline would be east half, southeast quarter of Section 8, Township 101, North Range, 47 west of the 5th PM.
And sir, what is it that you base the belief on that particular tract of land could potentially be affected by this project? What do you base that understanding on?
Oh, okay. We received a letter from Navigator saying that they were going to come and survey that, and they wanted to survey that. And we refused that letter to allow them to survey. And then we let that sit for a period of weeks or a month or two. And then as we started to learn more about these hazardous CO2 pipelines, Frank and I made the decision to hire Mr. Jordy to represent us. And we turned that information on that farm over to him. And also at that time, we own and operate another farm that we bought 2 years ago, northwest of Valley Springs, and I have the legal description on that too, and we feel we're affected there also. And the legal description on the 80 acres that we purchased 2 years ago on 485th Avenue is the northwest quarter of Section 17, Township 102, North Range, 47 west of the 5th, and Minnehaha County, South Dakota, and that's in Red Rock Township. That particular farm borders 485th Avenue on its, and it's a 79-acre farm, and the gravel road is 485th, and from what we can tell, my information, the latest information I have in terms of Navigator's proposed routing would come from a meeting that I was at with you folks in November in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, I believe, at the Rancota around the 15th of November. I had talked quite a bit with Navigator's people that evening, to see where they thought they were at that point in time. And so, to my knowledge, they're right across the road from 485th Avenue in Red Rock Township, so they're within, I'm not sure how close, but I'm assuming they may be within 200 feet of us up there. And then I'll take you back down to Valley Springs Township, where we have a much larger footprint, and down in that area, our 95 acres that we own there borders 486th Avenue. Is the gravel road that runs north to south on the east side of that 95 acres. And that is, to review, that is the one we originally first got a letter that they were going to come and survey. And that's kind of what started this all in motion with Frank and I, but it took several months for development, and we turned pretty much everything over to Mr. Jordy, and that's kind of some history and kind of where we're at today.
Sir, let me just break in if you don't mind. And in terms of the properties that you've described, help us out a little bit. I take it that you do row crop farming, but tell us the extent of your operation. Do you have livestock? If so, how many, and that type of thing?
Yes, we're pretty big row crop farmers, and mainly corn and soybeans. We also have hay, but in our footprint in Valley Springs Township is mainly corn, soybeans, and that applies also in Red Rock Township. And then we are big cow-calf people. We have a few very large herds of stock cows that we winter graze, and we typically, we've been doing this for several years, like I think 30 years. We transport about 160 head of stock cows up to Valley Springs, Section 8, which is the same section that our owned 95 acres lies in. And we winter graze our 95 acres, and we also lease the 80 acres to the west of that, the Berkman's own, and the Charlottes rent, and we sub-rent from Charlotte to winter graze that. So in the winter months from December to late March, we have 160 head of mature stock cows on those two farms, plus we've rented the farm to the north in Section 8 of our 95 acres. It adjoins our 95 acres, and that would be the northeast corner of Section 8. We rent from an Art and Bev Reichert, who also have pre-filed testimony. I don't think they're going to be able to show up, but we've had a relationship with that family going back to 1986 with Bev's folks. That would have been Marvin and Louise Cron, and that's part of our winter footprint also. When we're there in the winter months, we're on 135 acres of Art and Bev Reicherts. We're on the Berkman farm to the west of us, which is an 80 acre piece, and we're on our 95 acres.
So let me just jump in there. So you believe you are directly affected on one or more places, and then as well as you're a tenant on Navigator affected property, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and so in terms of both the land you own, you obviously have an income interest in land that's leased to you that's affected. Have you and your brother discussed any challenges or issues or potentially being unable to continue renting those leased properties if this pipeline were to go through based on your concerns about this potential hazardous pipeline?
Can you restate that, Brian?
Well, yes, I can rephrase, I guess. Why don't you just in your own words share with the commission anything that you think is particularly pertinent from your testimony, rather than going through all of it, please.
Okay, I'll try to do that for you folks, because and I'm going to try to speed this up, but it's going to take a while, because I come up with a lot of stuff. So I've spent hundreds of hours on this too, like a lot of us in this room, and bear with me, we're busy guys. I had an hour of sleep last night because I'm trying to make darn sure I get all my facts straight here, but let me move on. I guess some of our biggest concerns would be with liability. I have a letter here from our farm insurance. We're insured, Frank and I, the partnership is DeSmith Farm Mutual. And can I read this one page, it's not too long, to give you a flavor for what our insurance company wrote to us when we inquired about.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you, based on your research, your review of your policy, and any of the investigations you've done, what opinions have you personally formed related to your ability to be insured or not insured should a CO2 rupture or leak cause property damage on your property or others?
Well, we're under the belief that we are not insured because it's considered a pollutant by our insurer, and so they pretty much exclude themselves from covering us for that. And our risks or our concerns start to grow. Okay, one thing, we're row crop producers, but we have a lot of big concerns with that cow herd. We value that herd, we've got about 160 head there, at about $2,000 a head. So we feel we're a little over $320,000, and that's mobile, what I kind of refer to as a mobile farm business. In other words, those animals are moving around, and they're going to be in the path of this pipeline, no matter where it ends up shifting to. If it's not on our land, it's going to be right next to us, and I have all the same concerns, even if it moves adjacent or parallel with our property. We feel our concerns are all still the same. It's too close to us. It's too close to what we're doing. Back to the insurance question, we've got big issues or concerns with that group of cows. We have concerns with me in the winter months. It's usually me that makes a trip every day with a tractor and a hay feeder, and it takes me about 2.5 hours. I bring from 1 to 3 ton of hay, and I come up there and I water that group, and I run rural water. We have rural water on our 95 acres, and there's reasons we'll get into that a little bit too. But what you folks need to understand, I think, is I'm up there every day for 4 months in the winter, and we had a terrible winter, and I go every day, and I check on that group, and to get there, I come from the south. I'm either on 486th Avenue or 485th Avenue, and I've got some concerns with me going up the road with my tractor and hay feeder. If there's a leak, I may be driving into it with my tractor and not know it, and what if my tractor quits in the event of an unexpected leak, or leak I'm not aware of? Remember, what we're talking about here is a gas that, when it leaks, it's colorless, odorless, and it's heavier than air. So I not only have concerns for our property, our livestock, and myself, plus I have community concerns. I'm a Split Rock volunteer fireman, and I've been involved with, and that is the township that borders the Valley Springs Township. 484th Avenue would be the divide highway between my township, and that's where our base operations are down in Split Rock.
Sir, let me just jump in. As a first responder that you've just mentioned, do you have any particular concerns also for the community and your ability to help anyone in need should a unintended release occur?
Well, yes, I do. Thank you, Brian. That's kind of where I'm trying to go here. I'm trying to give you some information. So, my concern with, a lot of times we're mutual aided. As Split Rock, I'm with Split Rock, but we get mutual aided into Valley Springs Township. So I have that at play, and also I'm in Valley Springs Township every month of the year quite a bit with our footprint. And my concerns with a hazardous CO2 pipeline revolve around, and I'm kind of jumping around here, but I'm concerned with several things here, and I guess one of my biggest problems, I've been going to meetings and since kind of the start of this, and I carry a lot of anger, I guess, with the navigator people or the pipeline people and the lack of information that fire departments and people like me, because I keep asking for it, have been provided in terms of plume modeling, what a rupture or a break or a blowout or a leak may look like, and we still don't have that today. And yet here we are. And so kind of what I've resorted to, this comes from, is something I carry in my pickup. It's my book for dealing with pressurized gases and how to deal with them. And I've kind of done my own research here because I'm not getting it. It's not available. So I've done quite a bit of research on my own to kind of try to think about and study what's going on here. And I have a few comments to make about a few things. I've been at Minnehaha County Commission meetings, and the final meeting when they were determining what their house setback should be from a home in Minnehaha County. Part of what was being, one of the commissioners was looking at this very book I'm carrying to kind of come up with, and it's in here on the page I'm on, this idea that we need 330 feet, maybe, as a setback between a home or a business. And I have some issues with that, and I'm not beating up on the Minnehaha County Commissioners. I think, and I'm not beating up on anybody. I think all of us have been on a tremendous learning curve here, and we still are. And so where I'm going, I'm trying to point some things out here. He kept holding this up, one of our Minnehaha County Commissioners, and he's looking at 33 feet, or 330 feet, and kind of I think where he was getting that from. But I think what's wrong with that, this book that he's referring to is a guidebook intended for use by first responders during the initial phase of a transportation incident involving hazardous materials or dangerous goods. Now, the problem with looking in here and thinking 330 feet may be the correct setback, this book only deals with semi-tankers, trains, or straight trucks. When we're talking about like hazardous CO2 or natural gas, this was not written, it's not designed, or it's not a guidebook for what we're talking about this afternoon, folks, is a dangerous, hazardous CO2 pipeline, which is a different animal than what this book, but this is the best I have, so that's kind of why I'm...
Yeah, Mr. Wright, and there'll probably be some testimony on that later in quite detail. Are you aware that at the time of the Minnehaha ordinance and that 330-foot number was kind of compromised on, that they did not have the plume modeling, they did not have the dispersion modeling? You understand that?
Hello? I've had nothing but frustration with that very comment from the start of this thing. We're still there today, and why are we here today? We don't, the ducks aren't in a row here. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, no, that's fine. I just want to...
You
just hold. I know you're very passionate, but just hold on, please. The DeSchmidt Farm Mutual letter, that's something that we put into evidence. It's page 1 of Exhibit 12. And I would offer Exhibit 12, page 1 only. With LO 12, page 1.
Yeah, and that's already been ruled on, it's excluded.
Well, then I need to make a record on that then.
Well, you already have.
Well, that's a pretrial ruling. We haven't attempted an offer. So
Mr. Jordy, in the future, as we go along, if there's more of this situation, can you just note that it's been excluded, but you're making a objection for the record at that time?
Well, yes, I'd be happy to do another procedure you see fit. All pre-hearing rulings are pre-hearing rulings, and so if something has been pre-hearing excluded, you still have to make an offer of it during the hearing. And so the Schmidt Mutual letters, sir, are you insured by the Schmidt Mutual, is that correct?
That's correct.
The Schmidt Farm Mutual, correct?
Yes.
And in the ordinary course of your business, did you receive a letter from the Schmidt Mutual Insurance Company, a one-page letter where it discussed that you would not have insurance coverage in certain CO2 instances?
That is correct.
And when you received that letter, did you maintain that letter in the ordinary course of your farming and ranching practices and keep a copy of that in your records?
Yes, I have several copies of it.
And that record, that one-page record from your insurer, that applies to your specific insurance policy that you're familiar with?
That is my understanding.
So I would reoffer the Schmidt Farm Mutual letter under the business records exception rule, which is an exception to hearsay. And it's a document that this gentleman received, has maintained the ordinary course, has direct knowledge of, asked that it be provided to him and pertains to his specific insurance policy.
We would maintain our objection. This is still hearsay. It does not satisfy the business record exception. That would apply if it was a business record kept by Schmidt, not someone who is receiving a record. So it does not satisfy any hearsay exclusion. We do not know who wrote this. We do not know to whom it was distributed. We have no information about the basis for any of the information in the letter, and it was properly excluded during the pretrial rulings. We shouldn't have to rehash every pretrial ruling.
So you made
Yes.
you made an objection. I'm sustaining your objection.
All right, sir. And in the course of your investigations related to your insurance policy and the Schmidt Mutual, or pardon me, the Schmidt Farm Mutual Insurance Company, did you come to the conclusion that you would not be insured based on the pollution exclusion of your policy should any damage or injury occur that you are potentially accused of being negligent of related to CO2?
That is correct.
All right. Sir, I would offer Exhibit 132, Mr. Wright's and the Wright Brother Partnership's testimony.
We have no objection to 132 with, there's no attachment 1, there's an attachment 2 and a 3 we don't object to, and then the remaining 4 through 12, I think have already been ruled on, and we object to those.
So the matters at hand, you have no objection.
The
Yes.
testimony itself, and then attachment 2 and 3 are fine. 4 through 12, we would maintain our objection to.
So admitted.
Sir, I'm tendering you for cross now, which means other folks will have the ability to ask you questions if they see fit, okay? So just stay right there. Okay.
Mr. Wright, over
Yes.
here, Navigator will be first to cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright. Well, I'm Melanie Carpenter. I have a few questions for you today. You said you have three parcels that you own? Is that right?
No, two that we own.
Okay, and one that you rent?
Well, 2 others that we lease.
Okay. So the property that you own, that is not on the Navigator right away, correct?
Well, That's kind of, you tell me, I don't really know where we're at. As far as I know, I'm affected on both parcels, and, go ahead.
My question is, you've never received any notice that the Navigator pipeline will come across your property, correct?
Well, I don't know, Brian. Not, say, restate.
Yep, sure. As far as you know, the Navigator pipeline is not going to come across your property. Is that right?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, you have no knowledge that you've never been given any notice that there is a plan for the pipeline to come across your property?
I was given a letter sent that they wanted to come and survey.
And that's it?
Yes.
Okay. Are you, does your property, the Summit pipeline, does that cross your property at all?
No. Thankfully, no.
And you haven't been provided with any easement from Navigator, have you, or proposed easement?
No, not to my knowledge.
Do you have a house on either one of the properties that you own?
No, we have housing eligibilities though on both of the properties that we own, and go ahead.
Thanks. And you said you grow corn?
Corn, soybeans,
Do you-
primarily.
Thank you, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Do you sell corn to the ethanol plants?
No, as a matter of fact, and we've been farming since the mid-80s, and we have not sold, we feed quite a few cattle, and we sell a lot of corn in northwest Iowa to people that feed hogs. That's one of it. And then New Vision in Hills, Minnesota, and another big elevator in northwest Iowa.
Thank you. And then you said you also rent or lease some property from who were the individuals again?
In Valley Springs Township, we lease the northeast quarter of Section 8 from Art and Bev Reichert.
Okay. And your plan is to continue to lease that property? And you would continue to lease that property if the pipeline would be built, is that correct?
That's correct.
You have not received any specific letter or call or anything from DeSmit Farm Mutual that says, say, if this pipeline is built, they're going to cancel your insurance coverage, have you?
No, I haven't.
And I think you said you're a member of the Split Rock.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And that is separate from the Valley Springs Volunteer Fire Department?
Yes.
And the Split Rock Fire Department, do you know if the Navigator pipeline proposes to cross any of that jurisdiction of your fire department?
To my knowledge, no, they don't.
Have you, you've had some discussions with Navigator representatives about obtaining some information from an emergency responder standpoint, is that right?
I requested that, yeah, and I have a lot of frustration with that. Go ahead.
And you were provided though with a summary of the emergency response?
No, I wasn't. But one thing I'll comment, you have to remember, I'm in Split Rock Township. I'm a full-time member of Split Rock Township. And as you commented earlier, it doesn't affect Split Rock Township. It's more in Valley Springs Township. That may be part of that, but even my...
Have you received any or looked at any of the EMS information provided by Navigator, the emergency responder information?
I haven't seen much.
Have you seen some things?
No, I really haven't seen hardly anything.
Mr. Wright. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Taylor,
No questions for Mr. Wright.
Ms. Bailey.
Yes. Mr. Ray, I'm right here to your left. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ellie Bailey. I represent two associations in this matter. One is the South Dakota Association of Rural Water Systems, who is an intervener in the docket, just as many landowners are. You made a comment earlier that you have rural water on your property, and that was what I had a question about. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Sure. We brought that onto our 95 acres that would be in Section 8, Valley Springs Township. Frank and I, the partnership, were instrumental in getting rural water to that 95 acres, and that happened about 8 to 10 years ago. And we hooked up a few neighboring, Rick Bonander, and the Bonanders got a couple hookups, and another couple acreage owners to split the cost to run the water line to the northeast corner of our parcel. But we were really on a mission to move that project. Go ahead.
Okay.
Because we needed water. Prior to that, we would haul water. Go ahead.
And so is that, who do you receive water from, or do you know if you receive water from a member system?
Yeah, it's Minnehaha County Rural Water.
Thank you.
Yes.
And can you tell me, do you use that water for your livestock operation?
In Valley Springs Township, in Section 8, yes, that's primarily the use up there. We have several. Go ahead.
Those are all the questions I had. Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Staff.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. You said you remember the Split Rock Volunteer Fire Department. How many people are on that fire department?
We have about 35 members.
Can you describe your general service area?
Well, Split Rock started out 6 miles by 6 miles, but presently today we're probably only 55% of that 6 mile by 6 mile due to Sioux Falls keeps moving east towards the Sioux River. And so our township gets smaller, but our call volume stays the same due to the increase in the number of people and the number of cars. Our call volume isn't dropping, yet our land base of our township has been shrinking every year because Sioux Falls is slowly annexing farther east.
Do you have to back up other fire departments ever? I mean, do you get called in on their...
Yes, and you maybe didn't catch it, but a few minutes ago, what I said was, my department is mutual aided. It's very common on structure fire, house fires, or injury accidents to Valley Springs Township to help that fire department. And so it's common. We're part of the mutual, on any structure fire, it's automatically, we're mutual aided into Valley Springs Township. And we deal with injury accidents on 484th, which is the oil road. Is the divide line. That would be eastern Split Rock Township versus western Valley Springs Township.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
That brings us to commissioner questions, and we'll begin down here with Commissioner Nelson.
Good afternoon. Were you here for all of Carla Lem's testimony?
Yes, I believe I was.
Were there any of the answers that she gave that you would disagree with?
No.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Mr. Wright, thank you for coming to Pier. We know, it takes time to come in front of a commission. I have a couple questions for you. You talked about your cow calf. You have 160 cows.
In that neighborhood, yes.
And that neighborhood, you lease the land, correct?
Well, our main, we have the 95 acres, and that's kind of where we start up there, and then we've leased the land adjacent to the north of us since 1986. That group, large group of cows ends up on that farm, which is leased land. We do corn, soybeans in the warm months. We do winter grazing in the winter months. And then we also winter lease the 80 acres to the west of our parcel up there. And between those three parcels, the one we own and the other two that we lease, from my knowledge, we are in the middle of this whole proposed carbon CO2 pipeline where that would probably go through.
So when do you calve, and where are your cows during calving season? And are they on a property that the pipeline goes through?
No, we calf in mid-May. We're summer calver people. And what we do is we load those cows and haul them down to our base operation in Split Rock Township in late March, depending on what days the frost is starting to go out. And we keep them in our home base operation in feedlot as the frost is going out. Then we transport them again to summer calving pasture.
Mr. Wright, if you could have only told my dad that years ago when I had to go check the cattle when it was really cold at 2 a.m. I had the 2 a.m. check. So that would have been nice. I have one more question about mutual aid, because as you know, as a Public Utilities Commission, we're very interested in mutual aid to keep the lights on, and Mr. Smith is here and he understands the importance of that. And as first responders, you certainly understand the importance of that too. So I don't know if you heard that Navigator has reached out to first responders for meetings, I think in the first quarter, was your volunteer fire department reached out to by Navigator? And if it wasn't, because it wasn't on the route, would have you been reached out to because of mutual aid and you could have been a responder? Are you aware if you were contacted?
I'm not sure about how that worked, but my feeling is, being as how Valley Springs was the principal township down there that's being affected, I think the message may have been a little louder for the Valley Springs Department people versus the Split Rock, but it could be that we got the memo too, but I don't always catch everything through that department.
So if you got the memo or not, you see a benefit if for some reason this permit would be permitted, that Navigator would need to also train first responders that are maybe not in the pipeline area, but would be mutual aid first responders. Would that be a benefit to you?
Yeah, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wright. Thank you for making the journey here and giving us your testimony. I have just some simple yes or no questions, nothing real challenging by any means. Your testimony states that you have owned 2 properties for 10 years and 2 other properties for 2 years. Have you had plans to have a long-term relationship on this property?
Gary, back up just a second. We've owned the one parcel in Section 8 in Valley Springs Township for 10 years. We've owned that piece of ground for 10 years. The other parcel we've owned 2 years. There's only 2 parcels that we own that we feel are in the pathway of this project.
I see. I misread your answer there. I appreciate it. It looked like 2 different tracks and then 2 years. I see what you're saying. Thank you very much. So do you have you had plans to continue your operation, to expand it and to live here for a long period?
Well, yes, Gary. We're very active farmers, and we not only have plans, we have housing eligibilities on both those tracks, And I don't know that we'll exercise that or use that right away, but, you know, we've got kids, Frank's got a family and I have a family, it's very possible. Gary, we've got several things at play up there. We develop plant shelter belts, big lines of trees to protect cattle in the winter months, and that's another concern I have. When you look at the language, they don't want trees planted over their pipeline. I have issues with that.
So you have plans to hang around, and you've been doing a lot of investments in time and structures and the shelter belts, et cetera.
Well,
Property too.
on other one, but, you know, we've only owned the one 2 years, the other in 10 years, but what I'm trying to convey to you is we have plans and ideas, and it revolves around planting trees or shelter belts. At some point, it revolves around maybe exercising the use of the housing eligibilities, be that for some of our family members.
So you do have long-term plans?
Correct.
To be there. Okay, that's what I was curious about. You said there was contested, when you purchased the one property, it was contested, and you would not have purchased that property if you knew that there was potential for a pipeline to go through. Do you know if, well, I'm asking you to testify for somebody else. Do you plan to purchase additional property? Are you willing to share that with us?
Yes.
You are, okay. And if a pipeline goes through, are you likely to purchase additional property?
Restate that, Gary. Do you mean on a possible piece we're looking at, a pipeline in it?
Yes, if a pipeline were to be constructed there, a CO2 pipeline, on a piece of property that you do not now own, that comes up for sale, would you be motivated still to purchase that property?
Well, yes, but it would probably be at a much lower value or price point, given what we think may be the effects of if this is allowed. You get what I'm saying? We'll know when we get to that point in time, but that's my hunch. Everything sells, Gary, it's just at what price.
Okay. Well, I appreciate knowing that in your testimony. Thank you for coming in.
Mr. Jordy, do you have any redirect?
Just a couple questions. You were asked a question by Navigators Council if the Schmidt insurance folks or letter said that they were going to cancel your policy, and you said they didn't outright tell you they're going to cancel your policy. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And so they'll still take your insurance premiums, take your money. They just told you they won't cover you if there's a CO2 release.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in publicly available maps to this day on Navigator's website, which are found in Exhibit 102, which is in evidence, are you aware that they show the pipeline corridor affecting Section 8 near Valley Springs Township?
Brian, I'm not sure what they're showing today in terms.
Well, let me ask you this. You own land in Section 8 in Valley Springs Township, correct?
Correct.
And that section is 2 sections to the west of the western limit of Valley Springs, correct?
Correct.
All right. And on page 5 of Exhibit 102, are you aware that that's exactly where the green pipeline route and the dashed lines of the proposed Navigator hazardous pipeline are shown?
No.
Okay. Rather than going through it, since it's in evidence, I will just represent that's the fact. Any reason to disagree with what I represent to you?
No.
All right. Okay, I don't have anything, Mr. Wright. I think they've got it. They've got your testimony. I think. Do you have one more thing to share?
Well, yes, I have one more thing to share. It's kind of a personal frustration of mine. So at another Minnehaha County meeting, county commission meeting. There was a county commissioner that made this statement, similar to what Mr. Taylor was referring to earlier this afternoon, kind of made a comment about the pipelines around the western wall, the height, you know, what are your thoughts about the oil lines or natural gas lines near the western mall? And my comment on that is, I think what our problem as farmers and landowners with hazardous CO2 versus looking at that, you got to remember hazardous CO2 is colorless, odorless, and heavier than air, whereas to get out by that western mall, I think a lot of us, especially me, I'm a little more comfortable because I feel I know a lot more if it's an oil line. And in the case of natural gas is lighter than air, 30% lighter than air. If you get a leak in a pressurized natural gas line, it's going to go up. And I get that from my own research, and we employ a retired Sioux Falls fireman full-time, and he was with Sioux Falls Fire for over 25 years, and I kind of bounced that off his head, and that was information he gave me too. Natural gas is going to go up usually, and so just to kind of maybe help us all with, that's my comment about, and one more comment, if you don't understand, I do not think 330 feet, and I'm not beating up on the Minnehaha County Commissioners at all. I think we're all doing the best we can, but I don't think 330 feet is enough of a setback. And I hope that you maybe start to understand where I come from with that, because I think that was kind of referenced or pulled from this book, which is a little different animal than a buried CO2 pipeline. This is more talking train, semi-truck.
Thank you, sir. I don't have anything further. Appreciate it.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
With that, Mr. Wright, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. Mr. Jordy, we're going to take a quick break for the court reporter. We'll come back here at 5 o'clock. That's an 8-minute rest for her. And who would be next, Mr. Jordy?
Todd Dolly will be next.
Should we talk?
She wants at 6 o'clock.
Great, there's kind of.
I know what people are talking about. Absolutely. No idea.
She makes
I don't know.
Right, yeah. I can't watch it. And I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't think they got to go very far to find people that.
Huge list.
Right.
I see 5 o'clock on the clock. Mr. Jordy, you may continue.
Great, thank you very much. Well, I guess we have this, I call Todd Dolly.
Sir, I'll give you the oath if you stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Would you please state your name for the record, sir? Yep, you can turn it on. Push the little circle button there. There you go.
Tom Dolly.
And Mr. Dolly, did you provide, along with your wife Linda and the Todd and Linda Dolly Living Trust, all provide pre-filed written testimony in this docket?
Yeah.
All right. And sir, would just kind of jump right, well, I should say that's LO 42 for everyone's reference. I want to talk a little bit about some of the data therein, and why don't you orient us to where you own any land that is potentially affected by this hazardous pipeline?
Yeah, it's just east of our house, about 1,500 feet from the pipeline comes through. And on that, where that pipeline is going to come through, the Sioux River cleanup, they wanted us to put a cable, a cable would be right up by where the pipeline is, so that won't do that. I mean, that was in our future plans.
And why don't we just orientate you a little bit more? In front of you, you've got exhibit LO 42, your testimony, and if you, sir, would turn to page 33 of 128, in the bottom there in little numbers. And just again, obviously this is a navigator map, but kind of help us get a concept of where this is, what county are we in, kind of the township, where are we nearby?
Okay, it's in section, I believe section 5 of Valley Springs Township. The old Highway 16 goes across the north side of it. 264.
I can't see very well.
264 goes along the east side of the property.
And sir, is that between Valley Springs and Sioux Falls?
Valley Springs and Brandon. I'm about a mile and a half from Brandon.
Okay. And is Brandon expanding and Sioux Falls expanding?
Yes.
And Dolly Farms, is that something you're associated with?
Yes.
And what is Dolly Farms?
It's a development on the east side of Sioux Falls.
All right. And is that named for you and your family?
Yes.
Do you know if you have any housing eligibility on any of the property potentially affected by this pipeline?
Yes.
All right. And just tell us a little bit about that, please.
We got a little over 400 acres there, so there'd be 10 or 11 eligibilities.
And if we first just look at page 33 that you've got in front of you there, it looks like the proposed route is kind of cutting through essentially the middle of that parcel there, and then it's goes nearby a homestead that appears to be off your parcel. Is that correct?
Yeah, that just to the east, that's my neighbor. Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And on that particular parcel, is that row crop ground?
Yep.
And then let's go, sir, to the next page. And then that continues immediately south, does it not, of your parcel to the north we just looked at?
Yep.
And fairly close to that homestead of your neighbor there, is that right?
Yep.
And who is that neighbor?
Tim Scherb. It goes about 900 feet from that place.
And then the next map is continuing south, where we see that they proposed to cross, it looks like a stream or a creek, and some more draws and either wet or low-lying areas, is that right?
Yep.
Do you have any particular concerns, sir, about your property-specific concerns based on where Navigator is seeking to put this pipeline on your property?
Yes, because, I mean, you're in a valley there, so something would leak. I mean, it's gonna come up to our house, because our house is just on the west side of that draw. kind of, you know, the way the ground lays, it's gonna follow it.
Now, in terms of future development potential, do you have any concerns about the devaluation of your land should this project go through?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit more about that in terms of your experience with Dolly Farms and development experience?
Yeah, like on the Dolly Farms, that gas line that went through there, that was shoved down our throat, but once they get that put in, it's either park, either donated, or it can be used for parking lots, so we mark the legs out. And once it's in there, you gotta change all the way you design your lay in the ground and dirt work because of the pipeline. You gotta keep so much dirt over it. And when you're doing your dirt work, instead of just driving a pipeline, you gotta make a bridge to drive over the pipeline, go back and forth to all dirt. So yeah, it is a big deal. When you get close to Sioux Falls and then descending, I think it's kind of stupid to be that close to town, something like that.
And you referenced some personal experience there with a previous pipeline and kind of the restrictions that are placed upon you.
Yes.
In your review of the easement, as you discussed in your testimony, are you aware that there's restrictions of what you can and can't do across the easement, can't plant, that they can remove anything at will?
Yeah, you have to leave everything as it is. You can't do anything. If you do the dirt work, it's gotta be so far back, so you don't disturb anything. It's a problem.
Sir, in addition to what we've talked about here, for your personal residence, are you a father or grandfather?
Yes, I have a son farming with me, and then my grandson's starting to, so yeah.
Is this property something you'd like to keep in the family and pass along and free of any CO2 hazardous pipeline?
That's why it's in a trust.
And you're the trustee of the trust, correct? Would you purchase land if you knew there was a hazardous CO2 pipeline like the one Navigator proposes here located on it?
If it was close to town at all.
And if it was far away from town, you may consider it, but would you agree with Mr. Wright that you would offer a significant discount?
Yes.
And also, on that one, would you also consider potentially purchasing at a discount, but would have no intent to develop any residences or any occupied buildings?
Correct.
Do you believe your land will be devalued for the intent and purposes you would like to see it used for the generations if the CO2 pipeline was located on it?
Yeah, it would.
And you base that on your experience with Dolly Farms?
Yep.
Sir, do you have any other specific concerns that maybe haven't been covered yet that you'd like to share, like this commission to know?
I'm concerned it's not deep enough for safety reasons.
And let's talk about that. And when you say not deep enough, do you use and have historically used heavy and larger equipment to farm?
Yes, we have a grain cart that holds a little over 1,000 bushels. We would bury that before it'll be chest high, the rut, so I mean, it will take in once in a while with muddy.
And when you say about chest high, are you referencing 5 or more feet high?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to look at a photograph, sir, if I can locate it. Throughout your participation in these proceedings, how many hours would you say of meetings and talking with other landowners and researching and looking at land and trying to learn about this pipeline that you've invested?
A lot. Quite a few hours.
And for each of those hours you've invested, would you have preferred to have been doing virtually anything else?
Pretty much.
If I could, now, you might need some assistance. I'm going to have you look at LO 104, and are you able to use that computer, or do you need help to, actually, my approach. help them out.
Yeah.
LL4?
Yeah. Do you have that image open there in front of you? What? Oh. Sir, in front of you, you have Exhibit 104, and you had just mentioned by using your hand and referencing 5 or so more feet that you buried equipment farming, is that correct?
Yep.
And was that in the ordinary course of farming, just doing ordinary work, or were you doing something extremely specialized?
Well, a few years ago, it was awful wet, and it happens. I mean, I had my sprayer set just like that.
And so Exhibit 104, is that for demonstrative purposes of a fair depiction illustrating the problems and worries that you've experienced and you're concerned about at 5-foot depth?
Yep.
And are you concerned about liability in the ordinary course of farming across your land if heavy or large equipment were to hit and puncture or damage or displace the pipeline in any way?
Yeah.
And you're aware that the easement allows Navigator to come after you for any negligence or ordinary mistakes in the ordinary course of farming?
That'd be correct.
All right. I would offer Exhibit LL104 as a demonstrative.
Yeah, no objection for that purpose.
So admitted.
All right. Sir, before I turn you over for cross-examination, is there anything else particular you'd like to highlight or share with the commission?
No, I'm just concerned about safety and how deep they end up putting it or whatever it is.
Okay. And so I would offer Mr. Dolly's testimony, which is Exhibit 42.
No objection to the exhibit and the first attachments, but not past attachment 3 as we previously discussed based on the prior rulings.
Admitted as described.
Yeah, sorry, and I tender the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Carpenter, are you leaving cross, or Mr. Moore? You may proceed.
She's not. Thank you, Mr. DeHewitt. Good afternoon, Mr. Dolly. My name is James Moore. I'm here on behalf of Navigator. Nice to meet you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Do you live on one of these parcels that's shown on pages 33 to 35 of your testimony?
Yeah, well, it's right next to it.
Okay, can you just tell me which drawing and where your house is?
Okay, on page 30. On page 35, I'm just on the creek there, it's just east of that, or west of that. The tree groves is just the start of our acreage.
So your house doesn't actually show on the drawing?
It's right next to it.
But in the bottom left-hand corner, there's some trees there, and that's part of the acreage area where your house is?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how many feet from the center line of the right-of-way that's shown on that image your house is located?
1,500 feet.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Dolly, just looking at that image, is that Beaver Creek that runs through there?
Yes.
And do you understand that the pipeline will be installed using a horizontal directional drill at that location?
I would assume so. That's what they usually go underneath the river.
Yeah, are you familiar with that process?
Somewhat, yeah.
Do you know how deep the pipe will be installed at that location? No. Have you talked to Navigator at all about the location of the right-of-way on parcels that are shown here on these exhibits?
I've let Mr. Jordan take care of it.
Okay, and have you talked to Navigator at all about the terms of the easement that have been presented to you?
Not personally, no.
Have, you mentioned that you had some interest in developing a concentrated animal feeding operation on your property, is that right?
Yes.
And do you have a determined location for that, where you want to put it?
I mean, I had the stake, they drew one up and they measured it. It's just like where that row of trees is, it's just a little bit north of that, and it fits right in, kind of above the river. Above the Beaver Creek. to the
Okay.
North.
And again, we're looking at page 35, is that right?
Yes.
And when did you first think about putting a K-phone in there?
It's about 7 years ago. I mean, we've been thinking about it since my grandson's gonna start farming. It's like you can expand livestock easier than you can expand more land.
Have you had any conversations with the county about that?
Yes, with Brian Top.
And when did you start that process?
That's about 7 years.
Okay. And have you talked to Navigator at all about the
Mentioned
location?
it to him. I mentioned it to him.
And when was that?
Probably 3 months ago.
And did you specifically talk about the location?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned the farming operations and your intent to pass that on for continued farming operations. I understand from that you don't have any plans to develop your property, is that correct? Not like what happened at Dolly Farms.
Well, Grandpa didn't either. But it happened. It grows. You know, my grandparents had that for 100 years. And then it's just, as the city goes out there, that's what happens. And I don't want to be tied by anything, because we're only a mile and a half from town.
Where are the housing eligibilities located on your property?
I don't have them specific anywhere, they're just there.
Okay, and have you done anything to exercise those?
No.
That's all I have, thank you.
Mr. Taylor,
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Bailey,
No questions.
staff,
No questions, thank you.
commission questions, Chair Fegan.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, for coming to Pierce, South Dakota. We certainly appreciate it. We just need to figure it out as a commission. And it's helpful to have you here, especially your development experience makes a difference.
Yes.
And so I perked up when you were explaining your development experience. I'm not going to have you look this up, but I'm going to look at in 5, question 46, and it's Mr. Lee's testimony. And it talks about land values. And I asked him about those when he was on the stand. Navigator anticipates no decrease in property values as a result of the easement. Navigator commissioned a detailed HGPS market study and analyzed local property values based on a multitude of factors to guide the base offers of easement and other land rights. This is also a question. The market study reflected that property values in predominantly agriculture areas are not usually affected by pipelines. So when I read that, I thought about that. Pipelines, that could have been oil pipelines, so we don't think that that was analyzed on carbon pipelines. But do you think that values will change according to your experience in development?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you. And that's all my questions.
Mr. Dolly,
Yes, sir.
how's it going?
Good.
Thanks for coming up and chatting with us. The information that you provided and the questions and answers satisfied all the questions I have. I appreciate very much the photograph of your vehicle in the down position. I just want you to know that as a kid driving my grandpa's International Super M, I never buried it like that.
Being more talented.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, thanks for being here. And I'm going to reference that same photograph, L104, and you indicated that you have done something similar to that, correct? Did you do that willfully?
What do you think?
I'm asking a question. Did you do it negligently?
No.
Were you here for all of Carla Lem's testimony?
Yes.
Were there any of her answers that you would disagree with?
No, no.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just a couple questions. You were just asked a question if, in your mind, you were being negligent when you were operating your heavy equipment that sunk on your field, correct?
Correct.
And it was your opinion that you weren't being negligent, correct?
Correct.
You understand that if a company like Navigator, who has, as they refer to it, an asset, and that protecting the asset is the most important thing, you understand that nothing, no matter what you think you're doing, nothing prevents them from saying your acts were negligent.
Objective foundation speculation.
Sustained.
Are you aware, sir, if you can be sued by Navigator if you do something to damage or hurt their property?
Yes.
All right, and then you can find yourself like in LO4 landowners in a battle over whether or not they were negligent.
Correct.
Now, there has been some discussion and a constant refrain of, well, have you talked to Navigator? Essentially, will you just talk to us? And just 3 months ago, you mentioned to Navigator your plans of economic improvement of a feedlot on the very parcel that they're thinking of forcing a pipeline on you, correct?
Yes.
And after you shared that information, talked to them, helped them out by communicating, did they send you a new map with a new route?
No.
Did they send you a new easement based on the information you told them?
No.
Did you determine that there was any value for sharing that information considering nothing came of it?
Pretty much.
All right. And then lastly, sir, as a dad, is it true that you've got a son, a family member that needs some extra supervision, that makes this an extra worry for you as a father in terms of safety and evacuation?
Yes, I do have one son that's a little slower, yes.
All right. And he requires more full-time supervision?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Nothing further.
Any further redirect by the applicant or recross? Mr. Taylor, recross, Ms. Bailey, and staff. Thank you very much for your testimony. You may step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Jordan, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Glenn Scott, please.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
state your name?
Glenn Scott.
And Mr. Scott, are you the trustee of the Glenn H. Scott Trust and the Galen J. Scott Trust?
I'm the trustee of my trust, and she's a trustee of her trust.
Your wife?
Yes.
All right. And you own certain property that you believe may be potentially affected if this project were approved?
At this time, it looks that way.
And help us, take us to your property. Where is it in South Dakota? And then tell us a little bit about it, please.
We're in Valley Springs Township, south of Valley, about 5 miles. There's 2 properties, as you mentioned, and they are separated about a mile apart. On mine, it says attachment 1, that's 80 acres. Would you like specific?
No, that you're doing just fine, sir. So you're in the Valley Springs Township,
Yes.
which is near Brandon, is that correct?
South of Valley Springs.
South of Valley Springs. Okay, approximately how far south?
5 miles south of Valley Springs, about 12 miles east of Sioux Falls.
All right, very good. And what do you do there on that property?
Corn and soybeans.
And do you farm it or do you have a tenant?
I farm it with my son.
Okay, and is that property that you'd like to continue as is and pass on to your son?
Absolutely. It's my first. This first piece is the first piece I bought in 1988, about 35 years ago. It sits horizontally along the highway, the brand new highway, and there in the middle at the top you can see a grove of trees, which potentially is where I would like to retire. And at the present time, the potential pipeline coming through, I would not like to invest in that. It would be an investment of $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 in a house and a building, and at this time, I don't feel that would be worth the risk.
And in addition to that, is there a second piece of property that's also potentially affected there?
Yes, there is.
And tell us just a little bit about that.
That's a Bear 80, about a mile south of the one I just mentioned. No buildings on that. There's a tile line. I would like to put a hog house there. There's no roads on that road, or no houses on that road, and it would be a good place for a confinement building. And there again, I try to minimize risk and in my operation. And if I was to put a hog house there, $1 or $2 million investment, and then have a pipeline go in there, that would deter me from that type of an operation.
And sir, are you holding off on any type of expansion, development, economic expansion? And is it your testimony that should this project be approved as indicated, as Navigator desired, that you would not be basically building your dream home and that you would not do the economic expansion of the feedlot we discussed?
Yeah, I think it'd just be too much risk. I try to minimize as much risk as comes with me, and I've got 2 grandsons that are in high school, and I hope that they can come back and farm as well sometime. And again, as Todd mentioned, livestock is a way to expand without being able to buy land.
If you were in the market to buy another quarter or buy some land, and obviously had the choice, would you purchase land you knew Navigator CO2 pipeline was located on it?
No, I would not be interested.
And if the pipeline, hazardous pipeline, was located on any of your land, would you fault any bidders if they were to bid less for your property?
Well, that's how I would feel. It'd be worth less. I didn't mention that. Yeah, there's building eligibilities also on both those properties. But the main purpose was a retirement home and livestock operation. But I think they both would be worth less with the pipeline.
do you share Mr. Dolly's concerns about the 5-foot depth and the ordinary course of farming and the potential risk you could open yourself up to?
Yeah, absolutely. We've buried equipment as well. Grain carts, combines. There's some years I keep an extra tractor in the field, just pull out the combine from sinkholes, wet ground. And I have actually sunk into a tile line. And anytime you disrupt the tile line, they'll be cutting through 2 of my tile lines. Anytime you disrupt the tile line, it's very difficult to get it back to operating the way it should be.
And would you agree with tile lines, once they're cut or severed, you may not necessarily know of the damage until all of a sudden the water isn't draining properly? Is that fair?
Well, you sink in the ground, and you may not know the damage until another year when the ground is wetter. Also, the problem with tile lines and a carbon dioxide pipeline, where your tile lines run is in the lower part where you drain wetter ground. And on a heavy rain, 4 or 5 inches that happens sometimes, that topsoil washes away. So now you don't have the same depth soil over that tile line or carbon dioxide pipeline.
And are you then also concerned about the depth of cover, which could potentially increase your likelihood of liability?
Exactly. I don't feel like I should be liable for getting stuck on my own property.
Sir, beyond what we've discussed and what's covered in your pre-file testimony, do you have anything, well, let me ask you this, are you involved with, or on any township boards?
Yes, I'm a clerk of the Valley Springs Township, and we have concerns about pipeline coming through our community. Two of the directors on the township are also on the volunteer fire department in Valley Springs, and they've shared their concerns with the pipeline and the safety and the lack of instructions or dealing with those types of accidents. We've had an experience in the past on the township. Lewis and Clark water line passed through the south side of our township, and they sent a salesman to give their pitch about crossing 2 of our gravel road right-of-ways, and they asked if they could dig through them as opposed to digging under them. And they assured us that if we dig through them, they would bring them back to the previous state of the road, bring it back to normal. So we gave them permission to do that. But later on, after the pipeline had gone on miles down the road, we noticed that was sinking in, and that rainfall, it was muddy, and we needed to take care of that. So although they put some gravel on it first, they would not come back and put it back to its original state.
So are you concerned about the promises on the front end while Navigator is in this phase where they're trying to persuade that they'll do the right things, but you're more concerned about after the fact? Is that fair?
Yeah, because the salesmen up front tell you whatever they want to tell you. But after the fact, there's no recourse, because if you're forced to sign an easement, or if you do sign an easement voluntarily, you call them up and you can't get anywhere. They don't answer, and you leave a message, they don't call you back. And so getting them to say to do what they said they were going to do has been, in our experience, very difficult.
The Valley Springs board has Valley Springs received any information related to plume modeling, dispersion analysis, risks, high consequence areas, or has Navigator contacted the board there and asked for their input in any way?
We've not received any modeling, and then, of course, I have been called to see if we have, I'm not sure the terminology, do we have requirements as they come through our township? And we have not developed those yet, but we're concerned about going through our road right-of-ways and just the safety issue. There's population in Valley Springs Township is growing. We're 12 miles from Sioux Falls, right along the Minnesota border. There's people moving in all the time.
Would it be helpful for the township to assess those concerns if they had more information and more knowledge and more understanding of the actual impact and the confidential documents and other things that Navigator has not provided?
Yeah, I don't understand that, because earlier on, Navigator witness spoke about safety being a priority, and yet, well, the safety, we're not getting it to you because we're still developing it. And yet, if that's a priority, why wasn't that done first? Why isn't that done and presented to the commissioners? That's something we all need. How can we decide to approve this if we don't know the dangers?
Now, you were here for a lot of the Navigator testimony. Did it seem to you that they stated good intentions, but so much of the materials, information, plans simply were kind of in motion and not anywhere near completion?
Well, they're not, and they're withholding information from commissioners and the public that could be very important in the decision-making process, both from the fire department standpoint and just general public. I would like to know what the plume modeling would be. How fast is this going to travel depending on the wind speed? My building site where I live is about 1,000 feet from the proposed pipeline. My great-grandfather bought that land in 1886. I'm the 4th generation, and my son's farming with me. He's the 5th, and I mentioned I have 2 grandsons. The 6th generation I would like to bring into the operation. That may not be possible if I cannot utilize my land to my best ability for my purposes.
And if you were provided with information that suggested a 1,000-foot from the center line to where your building site is would be essentially in a danger zone, would that concern you?
Are you saying at 1,000 feet would I be?
Well, I'm not saying it would. I'm saying hypothetically, if you were presented information that you're not getting, that showed within 1,000 feet or even at greater distances, you would be in the danger zone of a plume if it were to rupture. Would that concern you?
Yeah, very much concerned if it would be. You know, we already have talked about Mississippi.
Sarasota.
I'm sorry. Those people were a mile away and they were affected. In Neon County, they set a 330-foot setback. There's no safety there. And then not knowing the plume modeling and all that is a concern. If it's colorless and odorless, that I've got 4 grandkids on the farm where I live. If that plume would come, you wouldn't see it, and I'm concerned about the fire department, first responders getting there in time to prevent any injuries.
I would offer LO 131.
We have no objection to LO 131 with attachments 1 through 3.
Admitted.
And with that, I don't have any further questions at this time to tender the witness.
Cross-examination by the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. DeHoy. Mr. Scott, I'm Melanie Carpenter. Good afternoon. I think you said that this is a family farm that you're running with your son right now,
Yes.
and your plan for the future of your property is to continue it as a farming operation.
Yes.
And you also had considered putting in was it hog confinement?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you went to the county or taken any affirmative steps as far as design or any planning steps on that?
Not at this time. Like I say, my grandkids are still in high school. If they decide one of them or the other to come back to the farm, that would be an option I'd like to have.
Okay.
And if the pipeline is approved, I would not consider that.
Thank you. And I think you said your building site is 1,000 feet from the proposed pipeline. Is that the place where you're considering a retirement house?
No, it would be east of these two properties.
Okay.
It's not attached to either of these properties.
The
My current building site, where I live now, where I would like to build a retirement home is on the highway on the first piece that I would visit about.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. The place you'd like to build a retirement home, how far away is that from the proposed pipeline?
It depends where they put it. It's on that property. It's less than half a mile, probably 1,000 feet, as a guess.
Thank you. And you're on the Valley Springs Township Board?
Yes.
And you're the treasurer?
Clerk.
Clerk, I'm sorry. And two of the directors on the board, you said were members of the volunteer fire department?
Yes.
And they attended, the EMS training that Navigator offered earlier this year. Is that right?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. And so you don't know what type of information they were provided
No.
or anything? Are you aware that there are going to be further meetings scheduled, additional meetings scheduled with local volunteer fire departments with Navigator?
I understand it's been talked about, but
Great. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Taylor? No questions. Ms. Bailey?
No questions, thank you.
Staff?
No questions. Thank you.
Commission questions? Commissioner Hanson?
Afternoon, Mr. Scott. You said your great-grandfather purchased the land in
1886.
1886. I thought I heard that 1846, and I thought, no, that's a little early. Just a few years. The other question I have is pertaining to Lewis and Clark and the road repair challenge that you had. Tell me if the roadway has been repaired since then?
It has.
It has.
We had to get gravel ourselves and fix it.
All right.
Because we waited and nobody would answer our calls. And it was very frustrating.
What year was that?
It's the Lewis and Clark line that went from Sioux Falls east to Worthington. It's along the Iowa state line.
All right.
We had two roads involved.
I can claim innocence that I was here at that time, but I was the first chairman and first president of Lewis and Clark, so I'll plead guilty for whatever. And I'll have a chat with the new executive director, see if they, because you had to pay some money to fix that, didn't you?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Hopefully they'll get in touch with you. Have a good one.
Thanks for being here. Just one question, two questions. Were you here for all of Carla Lem's testimony?
Yes.
Are there any of her answers that you would disagree with?
That was a long testimony. I don't think I remember all the questions. I can't answer that.
And were there any that you do remember that you would disagree with?
Nothing that sticks out.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Scott, thank you for being here. You're the first landowner that has talked about being a township officer. And being a township officer, as you know, is a thankless job. And you're the ones that get called when the roads aren't plowed, when somebody wants to get to work, or you know you take a lot of heat. Are there any conditions, if for some reason this permit would get permitted, are there conditions that the township boards you would think would want to have on the condition, a condition for the permit?
For the permit itself,
like roads, training?
training for sure. From our perspective, we should not have, have money out of our pocket for repairs on the roads or upkeep. We have not, as a board, specifically decided what type of conditions in our township we're going to try to follow as far as crossing the right of way. I know highways they would be able to bore under, but we have yet to be specific in our township.
Thank you, and thank you for being closest to the people, because the township boards are closest to the people, and I appreciate you serving in that volunteer role. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. Jordan?
No, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You may step down. You may call your next witness, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you. We call Miles Lacey.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Will you please state your name?
Miles Lacey.
And Mr. Lacey, are you a formal intervener and potentially affected property owner by these proceedings?
Yes, I am.
And did you prepare along with my health pre-file testimony that we've marked as LO 85 in this matter?
Yes, I did.
And sir, I've got that in front of you for expediency's sake, and on page 33 of landowner 85, there is a navigator map that shows proposed route on your property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And help us out. Your property is in Minnehaha County, but give the commission a little bit of sense of where in relation to any other towns.
It's south of Valley Springs, a little southeast of Valley Springs, on Highway 266, which is the main highway going, if you're going from Sioux Falls to Hills, Minnesota, brand new concrete highway.
And sir, I noticed that in Exhibit 85, page 33, it appears that as at least of right now, the proposed easement is making a right-hand, a 90-degree turn, and is in the northeastern portion of your property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have any idea why a navigator who proposes to come from the property just north of you there didn't leave the easement on that property and is coming in to affect your property in that area?
That's a very good question.
And sir, you've been here throughout the day and heard a lot of testimony. I want to give you the opportunity to share any personal feelings, objections you may have, or things related to why, in your belief, if you believe this project would pose a threat of injury, serious injury to the environment or social or economic or general welfare, if you have anything to share.
Yes, I do. I'm an alfalfa producer, have been my whole life. All the stuff I've seen from Navigator is corn and soybeans. Gives me no sense of what I'm going to be up against here with my alfalfa. Alfalfa is a deep-rooted plant. They're going to put this in the ground. They're going to compress it. The material is going to be hot. It's going to be cold. Don't know. Nobody will tell us that. It's going to affect, I'm pretty sure, what I get off of my land for alfalfa in their easement that they're proposing. Another thing is, in that picture, in the northwest corner of that, there's a grove of trees. I operate our operation with my dad. We also have some stock cows. That grove of trees in the springtime is our calving area. So there's anywhere from 100 to 150 head of cow-calf pairs that get hauled up there in the spring. On the north side of that property, there's a driveway that goes back into that grove of trees that we use every day with a pickup and a trailer. All the cows and calves in and out of there, and feed. Way too close to a cow-calf operation for a CO2 pipeline. You could show up there some morning and everything's dead. And my house is less than 3/4 of a mile from there, just out of the picture to the west is where my house, that's where I live. Less than 3/4 of a mile to the southeast is another house there with a family that lives there. To the north, a half a mile, there's 2 houses there with families that live there. It's just not a good place for a CO2 pipeline. And as Brian mentioned, they come over into mine just a little bit there to make that right-hand turn. Affects me the way it looks like, for no reason at all.
And sir, in terms of evaluation, one of the executives from Navigator claimed that there wouldn't be any land value or devaluation of land. So I ask you, as a farmer, would you knowingly purchase land with a hazardous CO2 pipeline like the one Navigator is intending to force upon you?
Absolutely not.
And would you agree with prior witnesses that it would devalue your land if it was placed on your land?
Yes, it would devalue the land.
And is this land that you're intending to keep in the family and pass down and hopefully have your children farm it in a way that you have without the worry and anxiety of a CO2 pipeline being located there?
Yes. I have a daughter, and then I have 5 nephews that someplace along the line it's going to get passed down through them generations.
Do you have any other concerns beyond those that you've shared throughout your testimony that you'd like to make known at this time?
Safety is the biggest thing. To me, it's an unknown. Can't get any information out of a Navigator. They don't want to give you any blue models, none of that. It's just, they're just trying to stay in the closet on this thing and not let anything out. And my feelings is somebody's going to get on an airplane with a big suitcase full of money and disappear, and we're going to be stuck with a mess.
Now, sir, you also provided, and it's marked as LO86, which is the next exhibit in that binder in front of you, and that's, is it not a true and accurate copy of a portion of your insurance policy that includes the active terrorism exception to your insurance policy?
Yes, and what I've read in my insurance policy is, I cannot insure against terrorism.
And the reason I ask you about that is that I don't know if they've abandoned it, but at least early on, or even as of yesterday through Mr. Godfrey, there was an insinuation that if we let people know where this pipeline is, that it could be subject to terroristic attacks. Have you heard that line of that theory that they put out here?
Yes, I did, I heard that.
And so for argument's sake, if this is approved, would you agree that the location of the pipeline will obviously be known, and they've said they're going to have all these signs, and it's going to be very clear where the pipeline is? Do you think it would be very difficult for anyone who wants to do something intentionally wrong to find the pipeline?
I don't believe so. I think it'd be very easy to find.
And so if we take Navigator's concern that it could be subject to a terrorist attack, you have gone and done research on your own policy, and have you concluded that you would not have any insurance coverage if there were damage to your property through any type of a terrorist attack that may occur on the CO2 pipeline?
That is correct.
All right. I would offer LO 85 and then LO 86.
No objection to LO 86 and LO 85 with the usual reservation about the attachments. No objection.
So admitted.
Sir, do you have anything else? If not, I'll tender you for cross at this time.
No, I think we covered it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Navigator, any cross-examination?
Thank you, Mr. Lacy. My name is James Moore. I'm here on behalf of Navigator. Nice to meet you, sir. Do I understand from looking at page 33 of your testimony that that you do not live on that parcel, correct?
No, I do not.
And you said your home was about 3/4 of a mile to the west. Is that west from the property line, or from the grove of trees, or from the right-of-way that's shown there?
From the right-of-way.
Okay, thank you. And do you know the distance from the right-of-way to the grove of trees?
No, I do not.
About 1,600 feet. Does that sound right?
Could be.
All right. And you're represented by counsel, correct?
Yes.
And do you know, well, since you're represented by counsel, you have not had any direct conversations with Navigator about the location of the proposed right-of-way on your property, correct?
Correct.
And you have not tried to negotiate the terms of an easement with Navigator on your property, correct?
Correct.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Mr. Taylor?
No questions, thank you.
Bailey?
No questions.
Scott?
No questions.
Commission questions?
Just two, were you here for all of Carla Lem's testimony?
Yes, I was.
Are there any of her answers that you would disagree with?
No, there's not.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lacy, for coming to here. It's been interesting because every producer or landowner has had a unique story. And your unique story is your main farming is alfalfa. And so the deep-rooted alfalfa, I do not remember when I was on the farm a lot of rotation because of the deep roots. So the 250%, have you seen 250% that they would pay for loss of crop? Have you seen that at all in any type of easement? So do you think because it's not soybeans, it's not corn, but it's alfalfa, it would have a unique loss of crop for maybe an extended period of time because of the deep roots in alfalfa?
My typical rotation is 5 years in alfalfa, 1 year corn, 1 year soybeans, back to 5 years in alfalfa. So their 3-year payout on crop loss, they still got 2 years of that one seeding that I'm not getting reimbursed for.
think that was my main question, so thank you again for coming.
Thank you.
Mr. Lacy, you provided us with a book. You spent a lot of time on that, and I appreciate all of the information you provided to us. I think you've provided us with all, I don't need to ask you any questions, but I do appreciate very much you coming here. My grandpa had a similar rotation with alfalfa, only he only did it for 3 years with his corn and soybean. Have a good trip home.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
I just very brief, you were asked a question by Navigators Council if you have attempted to negotiate an easement. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Is there any easement negotiation you believe you could engage with Navigator based on the concerns you shared that would ease your mind that their hazardous CO2 pipeline would not substantially impair the health, safety, or welfare or economic conditions of you or the inhabitants of the area?
No, there's not.
All right. Thank you, sir. I don't have anything further.
Is there any recross by anyone? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony. You may step down. Mr. Jordan, you may call your next witness.
Yes, thank you. I call Connie Byer Lalonde.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Will you please state your name?
Connie Byer Lalonde.
And Ms. Lalonde, you're an intervener and believed to be a would-be directly affected landowner should the commission approve this project.
Yes.
And have you been involved for quite some time in educating yourself and learning about this potential project?
Yes, I have.
And how many hours would you estimate has been spent on this project, educating yourself, bringing yourself up to speed on it?
As I thought through that, I thought it probably was about 100 hours.
All right. And help us with kind of zoom us in on where the property you're most concerned about is located, and tell us a little bit about it.
It's 22827, that's where I live, in Blandrew, and the property is 4 miles from where I live. It was in the Byer family since the early 30s when they lost their original farm in the Depression, and they bought this farm. They rented it at that time. They bought this farm in 1965. My first husband and I moved to a farm nearby in 1977 and gradually started to farm the Byer land as his father retired. The Byer family was gracious enough to let me farm the land after my husband was killed in a farming accident. And I farmed for 2 years by myself, then I remarried and now farm Byer land and my husband's farm also.
Ma'am, could you move the microphone just a little closer, please? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, you caught my interest there. Did you say you were personally farming it yourself for a period of time when you had to?
Yes, I did.
All right. And is this land that you intend to keep in the family and pass along and pass your legacy along if you can?
Yes.
And what type of crops do you raise there?
Corn and soybeans.
Now, ma'am, there's an exhibit in front of you marked LO34, which is your pre-filed testimony that you and I worked on. If I could have you turn to what's page 34, and I just want to talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
All right, and that shows a parcel owned by you, does it not? And then a proposed 2,788 foot of easement cutting diagonally through the part of your property there, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I notice on the aerial photo here, we have different shades. Can you tell us what is planted there in the northern portion that looks like the tan color?
I'm guessing, looking at those rows, I'm guessing that's corn.
All right, and then to the south of that is what?
That would be beans.
All right. And is that kind of typical that you rotate those two fields separated by that creek there?
Yes.
And then I notice on this photo, there appears to be a farmstead there and a grove. What is that?
That's where we have our rental house. We have someone living there right now. The house is actually less than 1,000 feet from the proposed pipeline. And I am not sure if I could, in good conscience, continue to rent that out, knowing that a pipeline is that close.
Now, ma'am, have you been able to review any of the plume or dispersion modeling or have any insights into how far the danger zone or how far the area of concern might be should there be a rupture?
Just what I heard from the Satarsha information, which was a mile away.
All right. Would you purchase property either to farm or to live on if you knew it had a CO2 pipeline similar to what's proposed on your property?
I would not.
Now, you have a second potentially affected parcel, which is the next page. And tell us just a little bit about this, please.
This one will be running just along the fence line on the east side of that one, and we farm that also. We try to be good stewards of the land. We switched from conventional tillage to conservation to strip till and no-till, and we do plant occasionally cover crops.
In terms of no-till, have you done any research, or are you aware of the benefits of CO2 reduction in farming practices using no-till?
No.
Okay, all right. Now, it looks like that second parcel depicted on page 35 of LO 34, Navigator's requesting, or I guess telling you, if approved by this commission, that they would take an additional 2,515 feet for their proposed easement, correct?
Yes.
And then added up would be over a mile that you and your family would be directly affected.
Yes.
I noticed that you have attached additional attachments beyond a lot of the similar ones that folks have previously. And if I could have you turn forward to attachment 12, which is on page 117 of your testimony.
Okay.
Now, is what's depicted as attachment 12, starting on page 118 of your testimony, is that a true and accurate copy of your insurance policy that you photocopied and provided along with your testimony?
Yes, it is.
And in your review of your insurance policy that is supposed to provide coverage for your property that you pay for, did you come to any conclusions, ma'am, as to any exclusions or any things that concern you should a CO2 pipeline be located on your property?
Yes, I would not be covered.
All right. And that's different from being canceled, that you don't have any indication that the insurance company will stop taking your money, just that you wouldn't have insurance coverage, correct?
That's right.
In addition to that, if we continue on to attachment 13, which takes us to page 121, we've got a USDA map of your property. What of importance would you like the commission to know about that?
I guess there's tile lines on both of these parcels, and the minimum number of tile lines that would be crossed on the proposed pipeline would be 13. And I know that once tile lines are cut, they are pretty much never the same, and we will probably have problems. And if there's a low spot, there will become flood. And I know that the tile lines on this parcel here, especially, range from 3 3/4 feet to 4.5 feet deep, which would be not very far above the carbon pipeline. And we have had plugs in a pipeline before, and in order to fix those, the tile contractor has to come in with a backhoe, dig down as far as he can, close to the tile line, put men down in the hole with spades trying to find the exact plug in that pipe, in that tile line, and fix it from there. And I would be very concerned for the workers down there coming that close to the pipeline.
Ma'am, you also attached, as we page through that attachment there moving forward, some yield maps and other aerial maps of your land. What are you intending to depict with those?
Once the soil is disturbed, it seems like it takes a long, long time for it ever to get back to the yield potential that it once was. No matter how careful you are, it can never get back to the exact yield that you had at the beginning.
And were you here for the discussion that within the easement, Navigator claims it will pay for any actual documented damages? So do you understand you would need to keep historical records to try to prove your case that there were damages?
Yes.
And I notice you have some soil maps and some other maps. Do you have any particularly light or sensitive soils that give you concern related to your fields in question?
No.
All right. So as we continue to page forward, you provided quite a bit of site-specific, parcel-specific data and information. Is there anything particular that you would like to highlight for the commission to know or consider?
I don't believe so.
You've got a USDA highly erodible land and wetland conservation determination for your property, correct?
Yes.
And do you have any concerns about how construction and mitigation and remediation post-construction would affect those areas?
No, I don't think I do.
All right. And as we continue on, is anything in particular about the wetlands determination cause you any pause, at least based on what you know at this point, of what Navigator proposes?
I don't think so.
And so without, ma'am, going through all of these, as you were quite thorough with your records, can you think of any else that you have attached here that we should highlight or discuss?
Don't believe so.
All right. Ma'am, you've been sitting here patiently today. Are there other specific concerns related to LO34 that you would like to highlight in general that you'd like this commission to consider?
My main concern is the safety, I think, of our renters, and then also we have the opposite direction. We have our pastures and our cattle are in there, and about the same distance, about 1,000 feet from where the pipeline would be. And so I'm also concerned for them.
And you've also included an exhibit that we've marked as LO36, which is in that binder in front of you there. And that appears also to be a true and accurate copy, does it not, of a section of your farm policy or personal property section?
What page is that, sir?
Sorry, ma'am, that's in LO36. It would be the tab with the number 36 on it. Is that a true and accurate copy that you've provided of your insurance agreement in addition to what we previously discussed?
It is.
And same questions for that. Did you, on reading your policy that you pay for, that you maintain in your possession, concerns about your potential liability and not having coverage should damage occur through or alleged to be caused by CO2 exposure?
Yes, it was one of the exclusions.
All right. And are you aware that you cannot purchase an additional rider or insurance that would cover you for CO2 exposure should this pipeline be located on your property and any negligence be alleged against you?
Did you ask, am I aware?
Yes.
Yes.
And can you coverage?
No.
Ma'am, do you have anything else that we haven't covered that you would like to discuss at this time? All right, I would offer exhibit first LO 34 and LO 36.
With regard to LO 34, no objection to the pre-filed testimony and to attachments 1 through 3, and no objection to 12. 4 through 11 have already been ruled on, which are the same attachments. And then exhibit 13 here, we would object to the relevant hearsay, has some reports that may be prepared by experts. There's no foundation for the attachment 13. And then, I'm sorry, did you offer LO 36?
Yes, I did.
LO 36 appears to be duplicative of attachment 12 to LO 34.
And I just wanted to make sure all the pages were there, and so long as all the pages were included, which I would now need to double check. Well, I'm still offering LO 36, just so I don't have to go through every single page here.
Yes, I don't have an objection to it.
So let's let the record reflect everything admitted, but for the item that you want excluded, and I'm going to allow Mr. Jordy an opportunity to respond to your argument. Can you re-identify that particular piece that has not been admitted?
Yes, I think attachment to LO 34, attachments 4 through 11, we've been excluding along the way. The new one here is attachment 13, and that's the new objection.
And Mr. Jordy, would you like to respond?
Well, I would. I'm frankly trying to find where attachment 13 starts. What page? I actually don't have 13 on here.
Attachment 13 is on page 120.
Okay, thank you. Let me go up here. Oh, okay. So on my attachment 13, and I don't know what may have happened, but my attachment 13 are aerial photos of the land in question and the yield maps. Are you showing something different?
Well, the issue is that there's 48 pages, and it's just kind of a mishmash of things if we want to go through each page. But otherwise, I think there are a couple pages in here that are repetitive. They're the digital pipeline easement or proposed pipeline easement. But as far as yield maps, handwritten notes regarding yield, letters from third parties, as to wetlands. At the very end, there's the, something that's already been excluded, the buffalo reclamation that's been attached to other things. So again, I think it's hearsay, and it's repetitive and cumulative of the witness's testimony. She's already testified to this, and there's not sufficient foundation.
So the only response is she testified those are her yield maps from her farm. If you want me to ask her if it's her handwriting, I can. She'll testify yes it is. And letters received by her and from the U.S. Department of Agriculture fit into the government exception, to government records to hearsay, and they are maintained by her in the ordinary course of her farming operations. So I would submit as is as to those exhibits.
Yes. Objection overruled.
Sustained.
Oh, hearing nothing more, the objection is overruled.
And just for purposes of clarification, Mr. DeHuick, 158 to 168 of Exhibit 13, that is been previously ruled.
Has it excluded?
Yes,
Okay.
just that portion.
Let's keep that portion out, consistent with the prior ruling. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you. And with that, I tender the witness for cross.
Applicant, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Melanie Carpenter. I have a few questions for you today. Are you currently farming the property you've spoken of today?
Yes, I am.
And are you doing that with family members?
With my husband.
And is your intention to keep this property in the family?
Yes.
You indicated that you have tile on both of the parcels in
Yes.
question. And I think you indicated that you've had some clogs or plugs in the tile before.
Yes.
And you've had to have individuals come out and fix that, right?
Repair them, yes.
And were they able to successfully complete those repairs?
Yes.
And so the drain tile is working appropriately now?
Yes, it is.
And the contractor was able to restore the land and so that it's able to be farmed over now?
Yes.
Have you had any communication with the navigator about any concerns that you have about the proposed easement?
Not recently, no.
Okay. Have you had any conversations with them about survey?
They did survey the land.
Have you had any conversations about the route, the proposed route?
No.
And in attachment 13, to exhibit L34, you had attached some yield maps or yield information. And is this information that you currently keep?
Yes.
And is it generated yearly or?
Yes. It's in our yield monitor online.
So you have a baseline of what your yields have been for the last several years, I assume?
Yes.
And did you say you grow corn and
Yes.
soybeans?
And beans, yes.
And do you sell your corn to ethanol producers?
We have in the past.
And do you have any ownership interest in any ethanol plants?
No, we don't.
With regard to the insurance, who's your insurance company?
Farmers Mutual of Nebraska.
And I apologize, I missed what you said about some conversation about coverage.
It's excluded. The liability, our umbrella policy would not cover in the event of pollution. Let me find the exact phrase, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. So you had just referred to the pollution exclusion.
Yes.
I don't have anything else for you, thank you.
Mr. Taylor, any cross-examination?
No questions, thank you.
Bailey?
No questions.
Staff?
No questions.
And commissioners? Chair Fegan?
Thank you for coming, I appreciate it. It was really inspirational to hear your story about farming on your own for 2 years. Wow, that's like a true South Dakota, so thank you for sharing that. Do you have building eligibilities? Because I don't see that in your testimony.
No, this is like landing, we don't, at least out in the country, I don't have any, not that I know of.
Okay. And then, did you say that there will be 13 tile lines that will be crossed by the pipeline?
Yes, on the current map that I have, there would be a minimum of 13 lines crossed.
So if this permit was granted, what type of condition would make you feel comfortable to make sure those tile lines were better?
I don't think I would feel comfortable.
Thank you.
Well, it's good evening now. Thank you very much for traveling all the way here and your presentation. It was unique, interesting, appreciate it. I don't have any questions. I'm looking forward to the two that Mr. Nelson is going to ask.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it's going to be more than two. So I was, thank you for being here, first of all. I was particularly struck by your statement that you would take a rental house off the market if this pipeline were built, and obviously housing is a big issue in South Dakota. Would you actually evict a renter if this pipeline is built?
I don't think I would need to. I know the person in the house. I think he would leave on his own.
Okay. And then when we were looking at attachment 13, and Mr. Jordy was asking you some questions, you made the statement, when soil is disturbed, it's very hard to get it back to normal. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In the yield maps that you've got in attachment 13, can you point to an example of that from your yield maps?
I don't believe so. I don't know that soil has been disturbed in the way that the pipeline would do it.
Okay. And then the two questions you were anticipating, were you here for all of Carla Lem's testimony?
I was.
And are there any of her answers that you would disagree with?
No.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect, Mr. Jordan?
Just briefly, did you say that you had allowed Navigator to survey your property?
Yes.
And did they provide you a copy of the results of that survey?
No, I don't believe so.
And did anyone contact you and tell you to talk about it, or following the survey, want to hear your concerns?
No.
All right. I don't have anything further, thank you.
Any recross by Navigator?
No, I don't have anything, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You may sit down.
Thank you.
I'd like to sneak in one more witness if we could. Keith Meyerly, please.
raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Mr. Jordan, just a quick question. Do you have any other landowners that are leaving today that haven't testified?
Well, yes, yes, I do. I've got still some on my list. We've been trying to go as fast as we can, but the answer is yes.
So when we were visiting at break, this can be off the record now, Sherry, we would check with you at 6:30 to see how you're doing. Adam, I don't know how many, but you can look at him off the record.
Mr. Jordy, did I hear you, it's your intention to call one more witness tonight, or?
Well, I assume the cutoff was 7, and so this would be my one more witness, but I do have a witness, unfortunately, Dennis Anderson, who might be lengthy.
But he could stay until tomorrow, or, I know we talked to Sherry, the commissioners and Adam talked to Sherry earlier to see if she could go a little after 7, and Adam talked to the facility. So we're kind of looking at Sherry and kind of looking at you to figure out.
I mean, if you're up for it, I'm up for it.
But we want to know, like, how many people are ready to go home.
Okay. If I could just do a show of hands, who was intending to testify today and not able to come back? That isn't able to come back. 1? Oh, over here. 1, 2. Yeah. So we've got about 4 that fit in that category. Oh, okay. I only want to know who cannot come back. Dennis? Okay. All right. So it looks like we could do one more, but you'd be willing to come back maybe Thursday, Friday? Thursday?
But if we could get you in today, so you're going back to Sioux Falls?
Well, he said he might be lengthy I mean, here's the thing. I am completely wore out. I can go a little bit, we can do this witness by 7, I'm just like a wreck. And the thing, I don't want to get sick. Right? What'll happen is my body will break down and then we won't have a court reporter because I'm sick.
Yeah. And I'm just going to say, we are not going to do that.
No.
We're going to, Mr. Murley, we're going to take you, and then we're going to be done if I have anything to say about it.
That's why we were checking with you at 6:30.
And that's totally,
you get to
totally
roll.
fine. All right, let's just do this witness and know that.
All right, I did swear him in already.
Okay, great. Well, this is going to be like speed dating, sir. What's your name, please? State it for the record.
Keith Murley.
All right, and Mr. Murley, you provided pre-filed written testimony that shares some of your concerns about this proposed project?
I did.
And that's been identified as Exhibit LO 48. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, I do. Yes.
And you own land in Minnehaha County, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's owned by a trust between yourself and your wife, of which you are a trustee?
That's correct, yes.
And there are 2 potentially affected parcels involved, is that right?
Yes.
If I could have you turn, sir, to page 32 of Exhibit 48. I'm just going to have you, first of all, describe just a little bit about that. What do you do there? A little story about the land, if you have any.
What page again?
Oh, I'm sorry, 32. It'll be an aerial photo, the navigator photo. Yeah, on the very bottom of the page, sir, you'll see some, should see some page, well, maybe not. I think you got it there. Yep. So the maps you're looking at in Exhibit 48 are what we have as page 32, 33. Are those true and accurate copies of the proposed route on your land? Yes, I believe so. Okay, and the name of your trust is at the top of both of those pages, did you see that? Yes. All right, so again, tell us exactly where in Minnehaha County that land is and tell us what you do there. It's about 10 miles east of Sioux Falls, a farm, and it's farmer for my wife, and my daughter and son-in-law also help in the fall. And the farm is located, like I said, east of 10 miles east of Sioux Falls, a mile from Iowa, a mile from Minnesota, in Minnehaha County. All right, and generally, how long has that land been in your family, sir? I was going to say 1900s, but Glenn mentioned 1886, so been in the family about the fourth generation farmer. And you intend to pass it down and keep it as is without the scar of a hazardous CO2 pipeline? Yes. Now, sir, do you have anything specific of concerns related to your land specifically, or interactions you've had with Navigator that you think this commission should know in their decision making? Well, it's been in the family for 4 generations, and my grandfather farmed it. It's been passed down from generation to generation. My parents passed away, so I've just inherited it lately, and now I thought, that'd be easy now. Now I have to fight this. I gotta fight the pipeline coming through. It's a bad idea. I'll tell you why I think it's a bad idea for my land. First of all, it will never be the same again. The yields will not, will be affected. I've had a pipeline go through a farm that I farm, and there will be rocks to pick up for years after the soil is disturbed. I had rural water go through my land, and that was just trenched in, and there was rocks there for years and years to pick up. I farmed the ground that Lewis and Clark pipeline went through, probably, I don't know how long that's been, 15, 20 years ago. Just this spring, I hit a rock the size of a volleyball. When they trenched, that was not trenched in. When they dig that in, that disturbs the soil. The rocks seem to come up. There's no rocks other than that on the farm. They just in that area where they dug it up. Like I say, I dealt with Lewis and Clark. That was a water pipeline that went through. These companies will tell you what you want to hear. They'll satisfy you. They'll tell you what you want to hear, and it all sounds good and everything. But when it comes down to putting the pipeline in, that's not the way it works. They're construction workers. They do what they want. That pipeline has got to go in. They got a job to do, so they'll do it. Example of that is I had a corner. They had an easement for my land to go through, just the corner. But there was a driveway a few hundred feet away, so they used that and drove right across the land. So I mentioned it to them. They just filled in the ditch and drove there, which
they're entitled to do that, but that's what they did. Yeah, they, dumped crushed rock down by a waterway, which I picked up in the bales for years and years. Years later, the first year I farmed that after they went through there, I was combining and I hit a grease gun and stopped the sickle. Lucky it didn't go through the combine. Stopped the bean head. Stuff like that. There's going to be rocks there, and so I could run that through the combine. That could be a potential hazard also.
So, sir, formed by your actual experience with other linear infrastructure projects, just summing up, it's been a headache and a time and inconvenience and a cost expense for you to do the workarounds and try to farm in the way you were farming before those projects were placed on your property?
That's correct.
And do you have concerns and believe that should this project go through based on your previous experiences of soil dispersion, soil mixing or soil disruption, and the other things we've discussed, that would pose a serious threat of injury to your economic condition?
You bet I do.
All right. And is there anything else specifically about your property or the concerns that maybe haven't already been touched on that you'd like to specifically mention?
Just a perpetual easement, forever, that's a concern. Access easement, they can come in whenever they want, 24 hours a day. That's a concern. Another concern.
What was the last thing you said? Something concerned?
The access easement, that you can come in 24 hours a day.
I got that.
Let me just ask a quick question to get that in the record. You're concerned about the access easement that allows them to go across your property to get to their easements?
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Another concern is the company. It's foreign invested. I'm not happy with that. I mean, I want no part of it. Another thing, this is never done before. Do you want to allow this foreign-owned company to experiment with this hazardous waste through the state of South Dakota? So I'm asking you to deny this application. I hope you make the right decision for the people of South Dakota, the people who live here and work here. So, if you deny this application, will you change the lives of Navigator pipeline families? I doubt it. But if you would allow this to go through, commissioners could change the lives of hundreds of rural families forever. So yeah, like I say, I farm with my wife and daughter and son-in-law. I got a grandson now.
So would you purchase a farm or property if the CO2 pipeline proposed by Navigator was located on it?
No, I would not. I mean, thought about, could I sell this and move off and move away from it, within a half mile of where the line is proposed to go.
And therefore, do you believe that if this pipeline is located on your property based on your valuation, concerns and beliefs, that it would have pose a substantial threat and would be a substantial injury to your economic and general welfare?
Yes, yes.
All right, sir. I'm going to offer into evidence your exhibit, your testimony, LO 48. I offer that exhibit.
No objection to LO 48 with attachments 1 through 3, 4 through 12 are the same that we've been addressing, so we would object to that.
Admitted as described, and thank you for the description.
I tender the witness.
Navigator, any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
And Mr. Taylor?
No cross.
Ms. Bailey?
No questions.
And staff?
No questions.
Commission? Commissioner Hanson?
Mr. Marley, you have some very strong testimony. You can feel the passion all the way over here. I don't have any questions of you, just hope things work out well for everyone. Appreciate it.
Mr. Murley, 2 questions you've been anticipating. Were you here for all of Carla Lem's testimony?
I believe I was.
Are there any of the answers that she gave that you would disagree with?
I don't remember it all. I kind of lost interest because it was so long. But not that I remember.
I did not lose interest. We can't. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Murley, for being here, and I appreciate your honesty. A question on building eligibilities. Do you have building eligibilities in this area?
Yes.
And how many do you have?
I'm not positive, but it's 160 acres, so and we got 2 houses there already, so I assume there'll be 2 more. And yeah, that would basically be worthless, I figure. Yeah, that would.
I didn't see that in your testimony, so I was just wondering.
Yeah, any future plans of my daughter or son-in-law and grandson moving there, that I would discourage that. I wouldn't want it. And plus, I have another piece of land that's not directly affected by it, but it has 3 lots on it. That, it's within a half mile also, but it's not directly through.
And I think you've heard me say that it's been very unique. Every landowner brings something new up that sparks my interest, and yours certainly was the disturbed soil. And the rocks that continue year after year after year. Is there any type of condition that we could put on a permit that would make you feel better about the disturbed soil if we granted the permit?
Navigator would come and pick up the rocks for 10 years later. Yeah.
That is one of the conditions, huh?
Yeah.
You know, it is very interesting.
Because I don't want to be above the pipeline. I want to stay far away as I can.
Okay, but thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate the disturbed soil conversation you've had with us and how rocks certainly affect farming. So thank you.
Thank you for your...
Yep, nothing further, thank you.
And you may leave the witness stand. Thank you. With that, we will adjourn for the day.
So are we going to talk about what's going on tomorrow? After you adjourn, or what are you doing?
Let's adjourn, reconvene at 8 tomorrow.
And then who's up?
Well, tomorrow we have kind of a flexible day from my understanding.
I would propose we let Mr. Smith go first in the morning because he's been very patiently waiting, and we did kind of promise him today, and then go to staff witnesses.
So for staff witnesses, could you just give us some information?
As you can. We are going to start with Mr. Bill Bird. And after that, I guess we'll see where we're at, whether it goes to Tim Hellman or
And for the good of the order, I have an email from a head honcho back at the PUC that says all parties must exit the building within 15 minutes of the hearing ending for the day, or 10 minutes. So basically, let's hustle out of this building tonight. They have some priorities and we need to get moving.
Thank you.